It was 20 past at that time, so I'm claiming I was on time. I think I've got the music. That'll load in any moment now. So, I've done a thing. Yeah. I just hope the volume isn't going to be too loud. I did set it up before. Yeah. Can raise it up a little, I think. Yeah. I mean, that should be okay, I think. So, let's get on with it then. The Wheel of Curses, as I have called it. It is a wheel. I don't want to go on there, but I don't know, maybe I should. Because the Wheel of Curses, I've got 4 of them for each part of the process. And the idea here is that it's going to allow me to have a selection of things that I don't want in a car. So each wheel will provide 2 different ones. And if I just spin it now, there's things like a steel body, leaf springs on the front, and naturally, as you'll see, a 3.2 meter plus body. So we're going to have to choose something very large here. And I mean, I think it's like a different way of doing things. There is also like a sub 1 litre engine, which, you know, on the randomised builds I didn't use that. But I can go this small here, because if it makes no power, you know, I'm not restricted to like, or I shouldn't be restricted to something without a turbo or anything like that. So, you know, there's always going to be a way of making a little power to the point it's not just going to be broken. There is another spin we need to do. Well, maybe it will land on the same one. No, it hasn't. I mean, if it landed on the same one, that would be an issue. But I'll just have to spin it again, I guess. So we have got 2-wheel drive. So we've got a massive 2-wheel drive car. Be it front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. Given the nature, I'm thinking rear-wheel drive. Like, there's ladder frame, there's steel body. We don't have to go with any of that. So, I mean, I can make it full out of carbon fibre to somewhat counter the weight. I think, is leaf springs on this one? Yeah. We have not got front leaf springs. So I'm seeing a vision. If we can find a gargantuan, like, supercar body, I don't think that's going to happen, though. But I can look through them. The one I've got isn't too bad for the size. Like, it's not a pickup truck or something. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I have got that up. I've got some massive, like, actual, genuine race cars here. Look like Le Mans prototypes. So, that's 3.15. Literally, like, the smallest I can. When I say 3.2 meters, I mean, like, down here. So, if it rounds up from, like, a slightly smaller number, I'm fine with that. There's this one as well, but that's too small. So, I think this one we can just about get away with. And look at that. Like, I'd say no front leaf springs. We can build something like this. I may not keep it, but it's something, again, I wouldn't have built on a randomised vehicle before. I'll probably use the basic chassis, like, just to get this thing to fit. But, you know, we've had our cursors selected. So we could go with semi-space frame. I think full out space frame on this. Like, I'm just building a race car at this point. I don't know how it's going to curse me later on, though. Like, the chassis is good. There is rear engine. Yeah, rear engine, because that affects engine positioning. Like, that affects the engine size. And a lot of things you can't fit a massive, massive engine with rear engine. So that's why I've given it that option. Sure, I can go with push rod. Again, it's not giving me front and rear leaf springs. Like, it's been pretty kind, if I'm honest. So we've got 2-wheel drive, which suits this body, as I say. We have mid-transverse as well, but I think longitudinal suit this particular body quite well. I mean, there's 2 different ones. This is like a 2009 prototype. I don't know if there's 80s ones. If there is, they'll probably be a little shorter and thus not following the prompt. As I say, like, this is probably the lowest slung, sportiest car I'm going to get with a 3.2 meters or larger size. And I mean, even then, I'm stretching it up from 3.15, as I had allowed myself to do. I do have the colour generator, actually, so I can add some colours. I mean, it's not like the same idea, but it's something I wanted to try. So we're going to generate a couple of colours. Same as I always have, because I do want it to have a certain level of control. Like, as I say, it can do some pretty cruel things. I'll probably, in the future, I'll try and find more options as to how I can let the wheel be cruel to me. It seems like it's generally been unrealistically kind here. So, yeah, I think that's both our colours. It is. We've got like two bluish purpley colours. Now, we are only allowed rear-wheel drive, as it has decided. So, I'm thinking I'm onto something. As I say, I don't know if I will keep doing these cars. But it's like, it can give me points of paint. It hasn't given yet. We do have some for the engine. So, even though I got really quite lucky with the platform, and I could go to a full-out race car, basically, it may be crueler when it comes to the engine, which is this one. So, let us see. Oh, there we go. I said it could be cruel. It has thrown up a cruel surprise, especially for such a large body. So, I'll start off with like an inline 4. And then I can change it later. But we're going sub 1 litre. We're going to see what other kind of sacrifice it gives me. Well, that's a way to spin it. Yeah, it's done sub 1 litre engine. So again, I'll just spin it because we got the same one twice. Oh dear. Thank you, wheel. You've been kind for once. Naturally aspirated. That would have been horrendous. Okay, I'll take it. As far as things go, it almost fell on a naturally aspirated less than 1 litre engine. At least in this case, for compact intake and exhaust headers, it's not so bad. I mean, I'm just going to throw some stuff on here. I will correct it later. I mean, what I'm thinking, I could go back to the first Wheel of Vices and find another one, because 2 is just not hurting the cars enough, honestly. 2 of these is not hurting the car enough. So I'm going to have to see what I can do. Leaded gasoline. I don't think... did I... I don't think I chose terrible fuel as an option. I'm just going to put low quality fuel, because I don't think I had this on here before. So I'm going to just add that in now. It can still add it as a vice, because as I say, I'm going to spin it another time. Just add this stuff. So we've got compact intake and single exhaust, I think it was, with no bypass valves. Kind of a complicated process, but, you know, it's a way of hitting the engine. So if we go with, what was I saying? If we go with low quality fuel, which is an option now. Hi, Helena. I am trying a new wheel, which is slightly less cruel. I don't know. It could have been crueler. It said I have to have a massive body. And, I don't know. Besides that, it said, I think it was saying a massive body. What else? 2-wheel drive. Like, I'm going to spin it again, though, because it just wasn't cruel enough to me. I want some challenge. Oh, yes. We're getting a ladder frame. So, yes. That is a sacrifice of sorts. I mean... like, I don't know how exactly this is going to work. That's why I wanted to try it out. I don't think the ladder frame is going to destroy it particularly. But as the wheel says, I have to go with that. I mean, I don't know how exactly it's going to destroy the car. It has said I have to have a tiny engine, like less than 1 litre. So, it's done a cruel thing there. There's a chassis, basic chassis that'll somewhat fix it. Not completely, though. Does it need double wishbones to actually look decent? I will see. No, it just doesn't fit in this body very well at all. Okay. Well, that's a thing. There's another engine one. I want it to be cruel on the engine again. We've already had a sub 1 litre engine, so can't do that again, and that one. We've already had those two. Let us see. Will it choose anything else? Oh dear. Well, we can turbo it, but we're getting a 3-cylinder tiny engine. Not great. It's just like building a city car engine at this point, and then we've put it in a Le Mans prototype race car. a Megabot. That's something I need to look up, because I can never remember this stuff. I don't know, I'll put hashtag. Oh, yeah. I don't know, is it? I think I can kind of see it with the angles. I can kind of see it. I don't know. Not exactly, but I didn't realize I still had the search terms of the Transformers. Okay. Oh yeah, I can see that a bit more than the other ones. Yeah, I mean, it's like a modern Le Mans prototype. There is actually a car that will look like this in the real world. It's just, you know, that's how it's decided to restrict me. So this is the best body I think I can get for that. Actually, I'm just thinking, is it the ladder frame? Does the ladder frame mean this body isn't really going to fit the parts? Because that would certainly be an interesting spanner to throw in the works. If it's done that. So if I go with, let's say space frame, does it fit? Okay, that's not the ladder frame. It just doesn't fit anything under the chassis. Okay. So there is, there's our engine so far. I mean, I can do some stuff to make power out of it. At this point, maybe I should just twin charge it. I don't know. We haven't got all cast internals, so we can just, like, make high-end everything here, at least. Even though we've got this to deal with. I think I can also go do low head cam. This is going to be, like, the craziest 3-cylinder engine ever. Because I have the freedom to do this. Of all the things. It's going to be some kind of race engine. I kind of want to give it a carburetor, but I know fuel injection is better. I think it would just be funnier. So, there's various turbos. I think of them all, I would say twin charged, but it needs fuel injection. Like, this is going to be a heavy old 1 litre engine, but it is going to be a 1 litre engine that will work. SpongeBob, it is like a SpongeBob shaped engine. It is exactly the shape of SpongeBob. So, that's a surprise enough. I don't know, I see a piece of toast. I don't know why. So, we can get multi-point direct. Multi-point fuel. They must use a single throttle. Is that it? Yes, we can now twin charge. Okay, that's good. So, this is going to be like the most insane little 3-cylinder engine ever. I can change the size. Like, I can change a lot, but it has said I have to use a 3-cylinder. Granted, I do think it was the right call to let it torture me even more, because at least it's a bit more of a challenge now. It's selected that I can only have 3 cylinders. I can't just go with a crazy V16 or anything and just make it an impossibly high revving engine. I still have restrictions to work around. Is that backwards writing? Crazy going. I'm G's. G's, I'm going crazy. I read it, I think, correctly. We're all going crazy, just at different rates. That's power. 112 horsepower. Not like randomized vehicles have made 500 before. There's all these nitromethane and everything. I can go insane. Oh, that's a lot of power. That's a lot of power. You know what? Nitromethane just gives it insane levels of power when you ramp the fuel up and stuff. What about compressed gas? Does that... I mean, it's not terrible. There's also ethanol. Yeah, I think nitromethane is just where the power is in this engine. I feel like it'll want to explode, though. So the pistons are not taking torque particularly well. We can try and correct this, I think. So we've got billet steel heavy. No, that's not the pistons. Forged light, that would be why. I think that's a little better. The crankshaft just, no limits on the crankshaft. That'll like take insane power and insane torque. Without any issues whatsoever. Oh, we can also go with, for all it's worth, we can go with a better balancing mass. Yes. All of the torque. I can go, I think with heavy duty stuff it's actually just gonna be better. Because it's gonna make torque. This is not gonna be a bad 3-cylinder, honestly. For this little engine, probably gonna make like 300 horsepower or something from a 1 litre engine. And it'll likely want to explode, but if it makes power, that's all that matters right now. I don't think this is gonna like destroy the car. Now, we can go with a full... No, we can't go with a full race intake, sorry. That was one of the restrictions it gave me. We have to go with a pretty restrictive exhaust. So I can like, resize the exhaust to try and get a bit more power out of it that way. And, I'll go with a single muffler. Probably shouldn't need any more than that. And let's go with our catalytic converters and everything. Probably not best for power, but it'll make it actually somewhat efficient. That is a very loud engine. And it just sounds as wild as it actually is. So if I just use the automatic tuning for power, see what it automatically gives me before I readjust everything myself. What can it make without me even trying? Come on. There we go. So before I even start trying with the engine build, we're making almost 300 horsepower. That's not bad. Given the restrictions I have been faced with. Now, there is another. Now, we've finished the engine. There is another way for this wheel to completely ruin my life. If we just spin the next wheel. Oh dear. We've got cross-ply tyres. So, I'm going to just skip through this stuff for now. We've got cross-ply tyres. We're going to suffer for grip somewhat. I would say that. It's not the most insanely overpowered thing ever. Granted, I do think I want to change the body type because everything is just like sticking through the top of the body. So, maybe this isn't ideal. We've got 2 more spins then to see what the wheel curses me. Oh no. So we've got cross-ply tyres. We've got drum brakes front. I think it was also... I'll put it on semi-slicks unless it tells me otherwise. There we go. Drum brakes on the front. Might as well put them on the back at this rate as well. Okay, this thing is going to have to be light for its size. Because we've got drum brakes. Was it, strange... strange, aim? I don't know. Anime? Car? Strange anime car? LOL? LOL is the same backwards. I did not realise that. And I'm probably misreading it. So we've got I think we've got the 2 curses it's given me so far. I think the interior, I think that is cursed on the next wheel. I mean, we've got so we've got the drum brakes. What else can we be cursed with? Oh, didn't spin that properly. We've already got that, so we'll have to spin this again. It will choose something different then. So close. Oh dear. Oh, anime. I'm totally wrong. Anime? I don't know. I call it anime. I don't know. There's like I think it's like if you separate your words out, it's technically correct, so. Anyway, it's given us dreadful tires. Well, I say dreadful. I didn't let it give me the absolute worst, because that just completely ruins the car past the point of drivability. It's given me about the worst tires it can give me within the restrictions I have given it. And they're on cross-ply hard tires. So I can't really push this too much. I am going to need a different body, because this one just, if I minimize that for a moment, there's actually a tiny version, pretty much a toy version of the same body. Now, I think it's not going to be the smallest or the lightest. I mean, I want this to be kind of sporty, but the tyres are making this hard. Oh, is that? There's a limousine. Yes, there's like, is this a Top Gear Fiat Panda limousine type thing? You know what? I have to use this. This body is like, well, it's not wide, but it's technically long enough. It said I have to use a 3.2 meter wheelbase. This is a 3.2 meter wheelbase. So I think I'll just use this. Why not? Come on. Surely it can fit the engine. I might put the engine in the front as well. We have got two-wheel drive. It didn't specifically say rear-wheel drive, so I think I have an idea. I have like a crazy idea for what we could do with this. You see, it's giving me dreadful tyres and I don't even get all-wheel drive. So there are some very cruel things that the wheel has done. We have to have a ladder frame. So, yeah, we're going to go with double wishbone front as that's all that's offered. And could go with pushrod rear. I think I'll go with like double wishbone and multi-link. That's a very typically good setup for a road car. So I'm going to use that. What my car actually has. Totally not biased or anything. And I keep saying, yeah, I think I did change it to front transverse. Like, this is good overall as an idea. Front wheel drive. The clearance in front of the engine is very narrow, but it fits. It apparently fits quite well. And then it complains about it. Oh dear. So, we haven't got a transmission restriction. I could try and just give it a CVT. But I think in terms of what's best, I think I'll just go with a solid manual transmission, a 7-speed manual. I mean, things are happening. We could put a lot of like, we could put some kind of crazy imagery on the side because we have the space. As I say, it said 3.2 meters. This vehicle is in that size range. So, I'm going to just try it. Why not? We don't have to go with an open diff. We can go with a very good differential. 100mm tyres. They are tiny. Give it these sporting fender flares. Yes. So, yeah, it's been extremely cruel with these tyres. I can bring that back. I don't actually hate that, though. Having the back like that. Don't think I can do much with the front. Can raise that up. So we've got 235s. I think that's a tyre restriction. If I make these wheels smaller. This is something. It is some kind of vehicle. So we've got drum brakes on the front. I can go with better rear brakes, but it's decided I have to have absolutely awful front brakes, and they can't exactly go large either. So this wheel is, I would say, kinda. The wheel has still been a bit cruel to me. So there is others. Yeah, the downforce, we are allowed downforce. It doesn't say no downforce was an option. It hasn't given me. And here is another curse that we can add, which is it could make me have loads of seats in this thing, which would add a lot of weight. We will have to see. Got another wheel for like 3 more cursed options. Oh dear, that didn't spin it. We got spin again. I don't know if this is good or bad, honestly. Heaviest interior parts. Oh, well, I think the heaviest is like handmade in a luxury heads-up display. Okay, so we're going to have a very heavy vehicle. Ah, dear me. And we've got terrible tyres to hold it all together. And that's only the first one. We've got the heaviest interior parts. What else? And it didn't even spin it properly again. No. No ABS to even slow this thing down. Well, if it says so, we can't resist that. I feel like this is a real chance for it to do me in. It did have a steel bodywork as an option as well. I'm using carbon fibre because it didn't force me to. So we've done that, I think. Heaviest interior parts. And we've got no ABS. Are we going to have something? I think it might still be okay. I will say this much. Have we got no power steering? And Darken gets put in the slots for normal ritual. So, we aren't getting power steering. Okay. No power steering with the engine in the front. I might have to change that. I might have to make it like rear-engined or something. Because it doesn't take well to each other. But I don't know, it's not complaining about it, surprisingly enough. So, we don't have to have loads of seats. I think I'll just, I don't know. I'll have 4. Seems like about the minimum you can get away with for a limousine, honestly. I just don't see a limousine with less than 4 seats. Granted, I don't know. At this point, it's got a luxury interior. I kind of just want to lean into it and add seats anyway. Like, this is not the best. But I might be able to make it work. Also, if the engine makes a lot of power, I probably am better changing to rear-wheel drive. It depends. So, safety. We've not got the heaviest safety. I can go with, like, 1970s safety. To me, this looks like a 1980s car, so I'm just going with 1980s standard. You know, something fairly lightweight for safety. So, the suspension. Oh, I'm just going with hydro pneumatic, like a Citroen. Sure. I mean, that's a way of doing things. And we can have active sway bars. I'm not just building a long Citroen C5. Definitely not. So, what can I do with these tyres? I mean, they're 265 width. They're not as bad as they perhaps could be. $575, $580. Okay. 305 width tyres are not awful. It's more the tyres just being generally hard, low-grade tyres that concerns me. I mean, the car has got wider, to be fair, with the fender flares, so it's not like I'm just using a tiny body. It has definitely got wider. It's only 1,500 kilos, though. I feel like I should use a larger limousine, like if I'm going this way. Wait, why is Sakura getting put in the slots? What did Sakura do? I hope she didn't do anything suspicious again. So, I saw like an old American body that was 3.2. One of these is broken, so I'll have to see. This one does not appear to be broken. Yes. You know what? I might just build an American... No more kicking the machine. That's how I lose money. I lose money every time people kick my machine. So... there is an excessive amount of overdrive due to long gears. I can deal with that. Ooh, let's build a wagon. Let's build... This is totally not a Citroen C5, but with an American body. Yes, this is getting even better. I might just give it a pair of bench seats or something. I feel like I am, though, just giving it an... I feel like I'm just using an excuse to build a Citroen C5 at this point. Okay, so 285s. I can raise the fender flares out. Don't know how heavy this thing's going to be. 325s, excellent. all of the tyre width. And our little engine, tiny engine to power this large American-style body. Now it's 1900 kilos. Okay, it doesn't feel like I'm cheating a light car anymore. Is it complaining about power steering, I wonder? Or the lack thereof? Surprisingly enough, it doesn't have an issue with a lack of power steering. I was expecting it would. More brakes. And probably more brakes front and rear. How does or doesn't this thing slow down? The brakes are not great at all. That is a concern. So if I go 15... I mean, the only advantage is that with these, with this body, it's going to support a lot of tyre, even with the cross splies. I kind of want to make it rear-wheel drive, actually. I mean, I guess it would take it fairly well. So what have we got in terms of weight balance? This thing is, it's probably not going to be badly balanced, actually, if I make it front-engine rear drive or something. Just make a muscle car, which is for some reason powered by a tiny inline 3. So, let us see. How balanced is it? No, it's still not very well balanced. Oh well. It is how it is. Wait. Why are you saying hello again? You've already been here. The downforce. It hasn't said I'm not allowed downforce, so I think I might put downforce on it. There was actually I think you might even have to add downforce separately, because the race diffuser does kind of do that. Might as well have cooling flaps. I do feel like... What? Mustard, ketchup, mayonnaise, tallest. I don't know which is tallest. Oh, mustard or ketchup? I think you can get massive ketchup, so I'm saying ketchup. Oh, really? Sometimes YouTube does that, and it deletes the text, and then you have to kind of reload the entire stream. I don't know why it does that. It's just YouTube is weird. YouTube do weird things. I mean, I don't know. I had it once. I couldn't comment on Twitch either until I reopened it, so I don't know. I can't even just blame YouTube at this point. Now, I could make the engine in the middle, I think, or rear at the very least. I want this thing to be well balanced, so if I go rear longitudinal, the engine apparently doesn't fit that way. So that's a way of things being. I mean, I think it would handle better with the engine longitudinal. Why doesn't the engine fit? Rear suspension? What do you have an issue with there? Something's apparently wrong with this car, and I don't know what. Yeah, YouTube is very strange. I mean, just in general. But it's done that to me though a number of times. Like, why does it just randomly delete comments? I don't know. Is it like blame Sakura for going on a power trip? Wait, if I get the avatars up, Sakura, I think it's you going on a power trip. So you're gonna have to just sit in the corner here as punishment for going on a power trip and banning comments. I don't know. Why is it saying the engine doesn't fit though? Oh, right, that's it. I can make it longitudinal front-wheel drive. At this point, why not? I mean, the car is that crazy. I might as well go with a crazy engine layout. Not technically crazy. I know Volkswagen used it in the 90s, so... or early 2000s. So what have we got? Yeah, we've got twin-charged. This vehicle is insane, though. I think the turbo I'm going to want to boost a lot more. Evil Sakura. Well, Sakura has faced punishment for her misdeeds. So it's all being done. So justice is being served. Hi, Weevo. I've tried a different wheel, and it said I can't do certain things. I'll show it. So it's got things like here I have to choose over 3 meters wheelbase, under 2 meters, steel body. It's not been as cruel as it could have with my like wheel of cruel things, and it's made me use a massive body like 3.2 meters and above, and then it made me use a less than 1 liter 3-cylinder. So things have happened. Granted, I can go crazy. Wait, I'm cheating. It's supposed to be under 1 liter, not like up to 1 liter. So it has to be reorganized a little. Gambling the things. It's slots, I think, isn't it? Unless I changed it. Did I? I don't know. Like, I can't remember. I changed it at one point. I think I might have had to change it back to slots if it didn't work. I did try and change it. So the engine, let's see. Like, this is a 3-cylinder, and it's going to be the most powerful 3-cylinder ever. Stuck it on nitromethane. Yeah. I mean, it's also got hydraulics and front-wheel drive. I kind of like, I feel like I just unintentionally built a Citroen C5. It's on cross-ply tyres, though, so it's like, if I go with a modern body, these cross-ply tyres are going to make no sense whatsoever. So there's like 70s, 60s and 70s wheels somewhere. I think I know what to go with. Ooh, 6079 hood cap. There is some. They actually look good on it in a weird way. I kind of want the torque thrusts though. Yes. They're going to have to be smaller though, so I'm not sure they work at the smaller size. I feel like the Steelies, at least visually, would work. Those Alfa Romeos, I think. Acquired 2 by kicking the machine. Why is everyone kicking my machines today? I wigged them so people wouldn't get any money. I mean, I definitely didn't wig them so people wouldn't get any money. Could put some modern hubcaps on. Why does that actually kind of look good? It should not look good at all. Yeah, 60 to 79 hubcaps. I feel these honestly working on it. I think they might even be Dodge drills. But we have front wheel drive because I'm cool. Yeah, we've got to, I think we've got to rev this thing out a little. Let's see how highly I can get a 3-cylinder revving on nitromethane. Because it's making a lot of power on nitromethane from a less than 1 liter engine. It's the kind of thing that should just be exploding into a million pieces. You should not be making a 400 or so horsepower from a 3-cylinder. But alas, I will try. I mean, it said I can only use a 3-cylinder of less than 1 liter, so I'm going to try and make this work in my favour. I mean, it revs super high. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this revs over 10,000 RPM. Mercury was... I didn't know they were sold in Korea, honestly. So, okay. See you, Elena. I mean, hopefully I'll finish this insanity someday. I don't know. But it's a way of doing things. I'll still be doing writing, I think, on Saturday. So, that's a thing, I guess. Got 99, 100, and this is making power. I want to make 400 from a 3-cylinder. I want this to be an American. I want this to be an American power output in a 3-cylinder. Like, the American government doesn't want you to know about this car. Kind of thing. Like one of those clickbait articles. This is the car the American government doesn't want you to know about. Well, the intercooler, that's not going to help. I've got like a low power intercooler because it's a 3-cylinder. The turbo has exploded. That's what I like to see. Not a seal again. The seal returns. After I put them all in the slot machine as well. Which, I mean, I didn't put them in the slot machine. There were no seals in the slot machine. So don't even ask if there's seals in the slot machine. Because there is definitely not seals in there. So we've got 397. Right, so I'm going to have to let this engine run. It's going to be extremely noisy, so just stop the music for a moment. And I clicked off the music. Oh dear. Anyway. And then it explodes. Like, that is just an obnoxiously noisy engine. I think I'll have to add a muffler because, like, that is wild. I think I've actually found the right place in the music playlist. The seal from Italy. Yep. I could definitely see this being Italian, but usually Italians put more cylinders in a car than 3 of them. I don't know, it's given me like the restrictive intake and exhaust and stuff. It gave me like compact headers and a single exhaust. That was one of the curses it could have chosen. Granted, on a 1-litre engine, it's far less of a curse. Because I call it the Wheel of Curses. Or Wheel Kun. I mean, either works. So we've got a massive exhaust for what this is. Oh, France, sorry. I'm just being dumb. Yeah, that is a French flag. I mean, I don't know, you'd think after owning a Citroen for so many years, I would know what the French flag looks like. But I don't. I'm not good at geography. So, turbine inducer. The turbo doesn't explode anymore. That means we need to add even more boost. I mean, I could see the French using this 3-cylinder, though, honestly. It's the kind of thing... Didn't the 2CV have an air-cooled engine or something? I feel like it did. The turbo exploded. Not anymore, you don't. How am I making 450 horsepower from a 1-litre 3-cylinder? This is just an absolutely insane engine. Now, if I can fix a supercharger, maybe if I lower it, maybe if I add a tiny supercharger, it'll pick up sooner. I don't know, because it doesn't seem to want to. I think if I ramp the boost up, because it is twin charged, so it should help. Like, the supercharger should be able to put out some lower end power to complement the turbo. But granted, it just doesn't seem to want to. More boost. That's a little too much boost. Yeah. I mean, I know Wales and Scotland. I know that much, although I am not great at knowing Europe, apparently. Yeah, like, imagine if I don't even know what the UK flag looks like. Because even, like, living in the UK, I don't even know what my own flag looks like. Okay, lower that a little. The supercharger is now a little better than it was. We need all the boost. That's actually not the worst engine I've built for power curve even, and it's a 3-cylinder. I would say it's like a Group B engine, but I can't think of any Group B vehicles that had 1 litre engines. Pretty sure they all had like 2 litres or somewhere around 2 litres. Maybe a little bigger in certain cases. Because I know the Metro had a V6. This is making more power than it is torque. The RPM reliability threshold is apparently struggling, it revs so high. The UK is like the US dipped in green sauce and mayo and done it in the UK flags. Yeah, I mean, the US, what I know they do with the US flag, they stick it on like pretty much anything if they want you to think it's special. Like, if you're selling hot dogs, just put the American flag on, it'll make people want it more. It's not something I really understood. But it's like, it just happens all the time. This engine is scary. I can't imagine the reliability being very good. With like, almost 500 horsepower from a little 3-cylinder. It's doing 5.9 miles per gallon. I can't even get 6.7 miles per gallon out of it like I could with that other car. So, 461.5.9. Yeah, it's definitely the UK flag. Well, actually, kind of, because it's like, that is the Australian flag, but it has like the complete English flag or UK flag on it in the corner. So, I don't know. It's a bit odd like that. As far as I know, Australia isn't still a UK territory, so why do they still have the full UK flag on there? Still kind of confusing. 464.8. This engine isn't making enough power and it isn't revving high enough. We need it to rev past 11,000 RPM on not radials, on low-grade cross-ply tyres, which is the perfect idea. 460, like, this is more powerful than most of the other randomised vehicles I've got. And it's a 3-cylinder, less than 1 litre in displacement. And, wait, it's put a race intake manifold on it. No, the wheel decided we have to have a compact intake manifold. It's honestly not affected power, which kind of surprises me. It has lowered the RPM, which is perhaps interesting. It's lowered the peak RPM without taking off power. Granted, the setup was probably not great to begin with how the other stuff was set up. Wait, is that... I don't know that one. I probably should. Is that some kind of island? I feel like that's some kind of island flag. One of the British Territory Islands. I don't know though. I'm not good with this stuff. So, when can I get 370? I'm asking for 370 horsepower from a 3-cylinder 1-litre engine game. Surely that's not too much to ask. Maybe I should make it rear-wheel drive. I don't know. Like, with this amount of power, it's more than I ever assumed it would get to begin with. So, maybe front-wheel drive is just not up to the job. But at the same time, front-wheel drive has decent weight balance, and it's not got much weight balance on the back at all. I mean, there's always rear-engined, which may be my best option at this point, which was also on the Wheel of Curses because it restricts engine room, but I don't think with a 1-litre engine we're going to have any issues, honestly. The bright blue one I'm thinking, it's, don't know, there's some English territory islands, and I don't know, I think they had their own flags, but I just can't remember a whole lot about it. Like, I'm probably totally wrong, but that's the only thing I could guess. So, 379 almost? Yes. So, we've not quite got 380. I think I can get this, though. The compact header has actually not done a bad thing for this engine as I expected, though. Like, it just made the power available a lot sooner. And I can't really say that's a bad thing. On many engines that would restrict airflow or something, it doesn't per se hurt this one. Ah, it's Fiji, okay. I mean, that was just like, that was all I could think of though. Because it was, there are a few like small islands, and I'm pretty sure they have their own flags. But that was the only thing I could think of. So we've got to exhaust. I mean, I'm going to have to put another muffler on this though, because it's honestly, this just makes far too much noise. It's obnoxiously loud. It might hit power a little, but at least I will be able to drive it with my ears intact. Because I mean, it got loud on the OBS window. It got, like, the engine got loud on the OBS window. And that's like minus 26 decibels for all it's worth, so that's how loud it was. I think I'll go with the, I'll go with one of the fancier ones. VTEC, yes, let's have a VTEC header, sure. Little VTEC 3-cylinder. I mean, it has got valve timing. That's my excuse and I'm sticking to it. How is it so slow in a straight line with all this power? It's struggling to do 150 miles per hour. Is that like the tyre thing or something? Or just the fact it's heavy? Okay, it's making a little more speed now. Oh yeah, Hong Kong. If I'm correct, it wasn't Hong Kong like its own territory, but it's like joined to China or something strange. Or maybe I'm just thinking of a very specific part of it. I think I did once read there was like this tiny triangle of land next to China, and it was like used for shopping or something because you could sell pretty much anything there. So 335, 335. I mean, I don't know. It's got wide tyres. I don't know how controllable this monster is going to be. I actually did a long time ago. I built a vehicle in automation. It was like a 1200 horsepower front wheel drive crossover. It was a lot more controllable than you would believe. We can go with extra seats if I want to. I would say like the C5 doesn't have extra seats, so I'm not putting them in there. I don't know, 5 is enough for an estate. We had to go with the heaviest interior parts, one of the many curses, and now it's a 2-ton American boat with a 3-cylinder engine. Perfect combination, I think. So, the brakes are not great. Like 56 meters to slow down. I blame the tyres. So, we have got... could make the suspension super soft. Not sure that's good for it, though. 33. It's got very high comfort score. A very, very high comfort score on it. So, yeah, we've got one exhaust, which is the most huge exhaust ever. I feel like just putting an American flag on the roof. I don't think I have an American flag, though. But, like, this would, it would just work with this car. I mean, I did randomize the colours. I could just change that and make it like America colours. Part of China, but completely different political system makes sense, I guess. But like, as I say, I'm sure there was like one triangle and it was one building, but it was like completely separate from China and whatever country bordered it. I found that quite interesting. As I say, I don't know a whole lot about it, but that was something I remember reading about somewhere a long, long time ago. We need a lot of chrome on this thing. I'm thinking of making this into like the most American thing ever. even though it's got a 3-cylinder engine. We don't talk about that. Like, I'm just going to build the most American vehicle that ever Americaned. We need chrome everywhere. I don't know, we need chrome everywhere, and it's totally not just because I like chrome. There we go. This is like... This is something, I guess. I think I'll have to make it rear-wheel drive at this point, because I'm going, like, the full-out American idea. Making it front-wheel drive, it just doesn't fall in line at all. And we don't talk about the 3-cylinder engine. We just don't talk about it. No one knows what's under the bonnet. You know what actually would be funny? It would be funny if I put a fake V8 in here. Because I think I might have some like engine mods. So if I could put a fake V8 in this car, like it would work almost too well. I do want to change the... a Calhoun walled city. Oh yeah. The UK demolished it. Yeah, like you do not need a walled city anymore. The walled city does not need to be here. So we will replace it with something that's not a walled city. I don't know. There's engines. It was, I'm sure, I'm pretty sure there were like 3D engine models in here that I got as a mod somewhere. Could just put an empty box in where the engine should be. So, where is the stuff? The engine stuff and things. Engine bay. There's that. I don't think that's for this car though. Intercooler. I'm thinking of like the engine here. That's a 3-cylinder, so I thought of just putting a fake V8 over it. There was a model somewhere I think I downloaded, but no idea where it is. I mean, I could build a pickup truck as well. Like, that would also be an option, but because race car, that actually seems to have seats in there, of all places. So yeah, let's see. Is that? That looks like it's various engine bits, but not a full engine. Maybe it isn't in here, but I'm pretty sure I downloaded one. Wait, you know what? You know what we need to power this car? I've just realised there's a huge amount of space, and I'm not using it properly. Yes, this is perfect. You can totally cover up the 3-cylinder engine as well. Might need to make this Maxwell a little smaller so he fits in the engine bay. We can't have quite all of the Maxwell. We can have most of the Maxwell though. There is no engine, there's just Maxwell. The engine was all imagination. If I put the bonnet back on... Oh, this is perfect. We can sneak Maxwell in here. So, where is the... We need the scoops. A Maxwell hiding scoop. The official name. Oh no, Maxwell isn't hiding under his scoop very well. There we go. So... There is a Maxwell there, and no one's gonna know. Mwahaha. Oh yeah, I love this. Like, we've got now the most powerful power source ever. A suitable replacement for a V8, I think. So, could have a massive glass roof. I don't know. I'd want the American flag, as I say, if I could actually fit it on the roof somehow. But I don't think there's a mod for that. We can fit a Maxwell bed in at least. So that's something. There's race kit seats. I kind of want a bench seat in the front. Kind of just want to full out make this the most American vehicle that ever existed. But it's got a 3-cylinder, yet we don't talk about that. Oh, we've got the wooden dashboard. Yes. And it's actually quite impressive, though, how one of the largest bodies in the car is from the 1960s or 1970s. Like, that's actually kind of impressive. That this car was that big all those years ago. And especially when you consider modern cars are known to get larger. I may not have been the best, but it was the first. So we can lower that. I said lower it. No. We can rotate that and lower it a little. There we go. I think that fits decently well. So, I think I'm going to need to change the chassis back because I did go on the basic chassis when I was messing around before, but I don't think that's best. We also now have a chrome carpet apparently because luxury. So, carpet can be, I don't know, make it purple or something. So, if we make the car, I think it's like red, white and blue, we're just going to make everything the most American thing ever. Because of Core 2 Duo, it has to be blue. Well, that's more purple, but because this is a Core 2 Duo vehicle, it has to be the correct shade of blue to represent the Core 2 Duos. There we go. That is one colour, and then we can probably have a red interior. Where is the carpet going to be? Ooh, we have two colours. We have two colours. Actually, you know what I could do? I could go with a white vinyl roof. I think I could make this work. I think it would be like soft top. Which isn't actually a soft top, but I think it's the closest I can get to a vinyl roof. Yes, because Americanness, and it's got to have a red interior, of course, to match up this exterior. I feel like I could make some more accurate vehicles for my story, because they're all like side vehicles. I thought that's something I could do. Because there is a way of doing that. So, oh, we need all the big seats. The sport seats. Luxury seat, yes. It's heavy, but it's comfortable. Kind of want a fun bench seat, though. Don't know if that would work. If we lower that, I can actually try and change the transparent. What is that? Is that some emoji? I don't know. I don't know, I'm just confused. So is it like a flag in a, what's it, ASCII or something? So that fits in there. That's what I was doing. My head is being slow. I was trying to change the glass opacity. You know what? There is actually American seats though. I'm missing the obvious. There's actually American seats in this game. Oh, ancient languages. I only know English. I'm not good with languages. I know the very minimal of Japanese. But not even how to read it. I know like literally the most basic words ever. So I'm gonna need something as I say, there was the seats here. There's somewhere. There it is, classic interior pack. I did use these before on the very American car I built. The 80s American vehicle type thing I built. These seats though, they look small. All of them. I think it might just be because it's an absolutely massive vehicle. But I don't know. It's translate. I don't know. Now I have to use a translator for everything. Actually. So you know what? We've got the blue and we've got the white. I was saying the red colour. So if we add, I think we need some leather. So if I go, there's got to be like a way of selecting the colour. There we go. Sportiness and also American. It wouldn't work with Google Translate. I mean, there's others as well. I don't know. Is Google Translate like even still the standard one? Because I don't know. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about it, honestly. I mean, I have to bring up the other one I've done in a moment, because I did build like something super American before, actually. Luxury of having 2 bench seats. I still say I feel like that's just too small on the chairs, but I don't know. So if I go back, going back quite a while here. I was making this even before I was trying to stream this one. This has a working steering wheel as well. Like, this is just super American. Like, I built the most American vehicle I could. I think it had like a V6 at one point. Now it's got a V8. But I think it had a V6 at one point as well. Like a turbo V6. But yeah, I'm still proud of that. Had the triple sunroofs as well. So, this is probably not going to be the same quality, honestly. But I can try. I mean, I feel like just a fully red seat isn't going to quite work, but I don't know. I do feel like maybe it is just too small. Because we have the size to make this a much larger body. A much larger seat, should I say. Just need to find where the actual interior designer is. So if I hide the body for now. And I've not even set up a suspension yet. Much work to be done on this. I think that kind of works. Barely fits in the car though. Maybe if I make it slightly smaller. I think this, yes. The car now has chairs. I think I have a few plushes. I don't have a seal one. I think I have a dolphin, is it? I don't know. So some kind of dolphin or shark one I have. I can't see it right now, but it's one of those. It's not like the IKEA one everyone goes crazy for. So if we put that in the middle, there we go. Who needs passenger legroom? We have bigger seats. I kind of want to put a plush in here now. We do have like the little plush character. It didn't render before though when I exported it, but I believe it's on 3D with the Maxwells. What's it called? Cerno? There is a plush we have. I feel like just putting loads of these in now. Like a whole family of plushies. I think that's why back seats were invented. Somewhere to put all your plushies. I think that's it. Yeah, Maxwell is in the front. Maxwell is powering the thing. Maxwell is very powerful, but he barely fits in the car. But we have got Maxwell as our power source. So we have Maxwell here. So he can pivot. And then we can just mirror that, because it's easier. There's all our plushies. It's always fun designing this stuff. I could try, actually, can I change the transmission tunnel? I don't think I can on a ladder frame, but if I could make that smaller, it would certainly be a useful thing to modify. So, body... Can change a ride height here, but I probably won't need to. Chassis tunnel size. Yes, I can change that. Sometimes it doesn't let you do it if it's like a ladder frame. I mean, is there a drive shaft? There is a drive shaft, but it's a small drive shaft, so it doesn't actually get in the way too much. That should do the job. $760 minus 760. That I think works. Okay, see you, Revo. Hopefully, sometime. I don't know. I'll keep working on my vehicle. It will be finished someday. Hopefully not cursed. I don't know. that's all I really have to say. So, could put a roll cage in. But can a roll cage be American? I don't know. True Americans don't need roll cages. Just like true rich people have teddy bear wheels. I think that's okay. I mean, it could have been a lot worse looking after this time. So, car trim. Got 54% front and 46 rear. I mean, the balance isn't awful. It's just not brilliant either. I'm going to change the seats mechanically to be... I'm going to change the seats to be, I think 2 bench seats is what we need here. Because it's a luxury boat that we have to deal with. So... yes, it's 53.7 front. I'm sure that was worse before. It's actually okay as it stands. I mean, I could try a heavy-duty ladder. Like, it's been ruled that it's a ladder by the wheel, but nothing to say for certain I have to use a certain type of ladder. Granted, I think heavy-duty might just be heavier than normal ladders, to be honest. I mean, I could look, like, if that chassis is stiffer, there may be advantages. It's better for comfort and drivability, but sportiness hates it. Okay. Oh, heavy-duty ladder adds hundreds of kilos. I thought it would just be like 50, maybe 100 kilos. No, it adds hundreds, like 250. I wasn't expecting it to increase weight that much. Is it because no, the material is AHS steel in either case? I mean, maybe that's what I should have made the sacrifice, honestly, because if that ladder is adding that much weight, making it have to be that kind of ladder frame would be something else. So we have fuel economy. Comfort is very good, as I've said. I think I've lowered this about as much as I can go with the current suspension setup. Pushrod I think could go lower, but I don't have pushrod right now available to add, I guess, or something like that. I think I do want comfort. I want this thing to be comfortable, but does it help a lot if I change that for sportiness? Okay, sportiness is actually worse, apparently, when I change it to pushrod. Find that kind of interesting. So multi-link is good. I do wonder if I go with, like, trailing arm or something. Comfort doesn't actually get a hit there. I think multi-link is the best. Has it kept rear-wheel drive? Yeah, because sometimes when you change to the when you change to the semi-trailing arm, not semi-trailing, torsion beam, I think it is, that it gets slower. I mean, why is the engine doing that, though? Is it just to do with the RPM and not liking revving out as much as I'm trying to make it? I mean, it's like, it's not revving anymore, and I don't know where the blame lies for that. Is it the turbos? I think it's like the intake and exhaust, which I said I have to use the lower end, more low RPM stuff. So... not low airflow stuff. So we can raise that up. That's giving me, I think, a slightly better power amount. Something just looks very lumpy on the torque curve. The power curve is fine, but the torque curve is a little lumpy. So 380.6, that will do for now. I mean, the nitromethane is hitting it. Still somehow getting 5.4 miles per gallon, which honestly, for nitromethane is decent. This is just how you got to make the power in this kind of 3-cylinder. And I'm surprised it's making this much. I mean, maybe it's helping that it's giving me a less than 1 litre engine, because if it gave me too much available, then I wouldn't be able to actually keep this monster under control. I can lower the boost limit of a supercharger, is it? Yeah. I don't know if that's going to fix the curve with the torque at all. So we've got supercharger capacity. I mean, that can go smaller. I think that's okay for the time, but it's like, how am I supposed to push this to make any more power? I mean, putting back the what's it called? The compact intake on it actually made the power, but made it earlier. That's not actually done any harm as far as I can tell, which I find interesting. I mean, if I can get more turbo boost and it's actually going to work, then I will certainly try it. So we've got 48.3, 381.7, 381.6, is that gonna work? I mean, at this point, for a 1 litre engine, I'm more than happy with what it's doing. We've closed in on like 400 horsepower, enough for it to be actually pretty impressive. So changing the turbine and AR compression, that somewhat affects the torque curve, which I do want to try and make this somewhat better because it was so lumpy before. Like, I don't want to hit power too hard, but I want to fix this to the point, you know, it's not just a complete mess. I mean, a part of it may be because it's twin charged and it's got to switch over to the turbo at some point. So if it's actually like switching over to the turbo at kind of an uncomfortable moment. Oh, more turbo boost, yes. This is giving me even more power by increasing the boost. And it's not even exploding, it's like taking 30 psi. There's only one turbo because it's a 3-cylinder, but this is insane. I think for a while Formula 1 was making like crazy power from a 2 litre or something. But I feel like this might be even more impressive because it's only got 3 cylinders, it's not a V12 or anything. I had to deal with a hand, which honestly did not turn out to be that bad. I had to deal with a wheel's hand of cruelty. I feel like I need to increase the number of issues it can give me in the future because this is just too nice to build. Could try lowering the boost, but doesn't really help. I mean, we're revving it over 9,000 at least. Granted, I do think I need to get the supercharger up for power because I can pretty much see where it switches over and it isn't particularly enjoying it. So if we make that larger, okay, that's fixed it. 434.7. 37 point, okay. I think that's about the limit of what I can do with a turbo. Granted, already making this power is impressive. I mean, I can try boosting up the turbo a little more. I guess turbo and supercharger boost are probably somewhat different. Can't seem to change the supercharger to like a centrifugal or something. I guess centrifugal would be high end, and kind of the point is that the supercharger takes on the lower end. A 1 litre supercharger does not sound like a lot, but it's a 1 litre engine, so that's actually comparative to the engine itself. That is a massive supercharger. So there's like supercharger lag there. I don't know if it's because the supercharger kicks in at more of a mid-range or something, and that's just turbo lag from the turbo and stuff. All I can do is just try and get this thing to actually kick in and make power. As lumpy as this power curve is, I think it's solid for what the engine actually is and how the engine is set up. So if we change the gear ratio, that seems to assist the lower end more than anything. Okay, so that assists the lower end, but then maybe the higher end suffers or something. Okay, making the supercharger larger kind of brings the lower end back to a point. So I think I'm getting used to it. I think we need a smaller gear ratio and a larger supercharger, and that might save it. I think this might do enough to get the engine like smooth and running. Try 1.5, which is about 50% larger than the engine. Okay, so that's laggy to an extent, for lack of a better term. Probably about as good as you need it to be. Torque is very solid from the supercharger. Kind of eases off as a turbo comes into its own. But it's fine. Like, it could be worse. So raising the supercharger tune, I think, is also helping a little. To a point. I mean, as I say, there is like kind of a lag. If I lower that, it eases it off a little, actually. I don't know, I was making it higher and it seemed to be working. The supercharger is interesting because it's like the supercharger affects the lower end, so you don't want it to be bad on the lower end, but at the same time, you want it to have some higher end performance so that the turbo, when the turbo does eventually kick in, it's fine. I mean, there is the boost limit. That seems to have almost broken it though as I've gone too high, or too low, sorry. So if I change that, okay, supercharger gear ratio. Don't leave me now. That's alright. So, as I say, the turbo kicks, it does have a noticeable kick. For a 3-cylinder, I am actually honestly surprised this is not as bad as it is, as bad as it could be, should I say. Increase the boost. It's taking the boost increase pretty nicely. Yeah, it's all kind of lumpy, but I'm making over 400 horsepower, quite a bit over 400, from a 3-cylinder, and it's just taking it. Like, it's not complaining too much. I mean, that's about as pleasant as a surprise as I could have asked for. Maybe a smaller manifold size helping the thing as well. Which, considering it's compact, is very strange. I mean, maybe it's to do with the turbo boost and stuff, and the lower end. Like, the turbo is just brute forcing so much air through anyway that, you know, it doesn't need a super forgiving manifold. Also, the header size for the exhaust. Oh, yeah. 437. Like, if this could make 440, I'm already impressed, as it is. For such a tiny engine, even in nitromethane, the very fact I've been able to push a little 3-cylinder this far, almost getting 5 miles per gallon while doing it, which is honestly to be expected. Do need to use the restroom, so I will put text here for a moment, as I do. That will do. Okay, so this is a thing. I've got to do the front end as well. I think that's a point I can design. So far the engine is good. I somehow feel I can go wilder. Now I have had an idea. Regulatory reasons in the 1960s, they would have it so that you'd have to have like a certain type of headlights and such. Either way I can go crazier. So if we have this, I believe these are sized up as correct sealed beam lights. They certainly look like it, at least for the quad lights. They look about the right size. I could do the I could honestly do the default thing and put like actual Dodge lights on, which I could do. I mean, like, There's some crazier stuff I could try, though. I mean, there is this. Like, I don't think it'll take too nicely to being stretched out, though. Nope. I mean, a temptation to put a dodge, like, accurate grill on, but I think this is the Charger. Yeah, Charger. I confuse a Charger and Challenger all the time, and I did actually, I'm sure, give it chrome bumpers, but it's just, like, decided it doesn't want chrome bumpers. Yeah, like, I gave it chrome bumpers, so why is it suddenly deciding, nope, no more chrome bumpers for you? Look, I'm trying, okay? There's something I can do. What if I moved them up? Now, if I'm correct, the Charger had the indicators. I kind of want to give it a mustache. Just because the Citroen has a mustache. So that's it. Indicators. Ooh, this is a way of doing things. If I turn them upside down, I mean, it seems to be tilted down, which is interesting. So we can get that, and I feel like if I, yeah, that's a Dodge grill. A slightly different Dodge grill, but a Dodge grill. That's cutting through the bonnet. Not in a very nice way. As I was saying, there's some stuff I can try. Particularly revolving around the badges. I mean, I think that's like close enough to not being a total whip off of a Charger. But being like close enough. Yeah, there's like the slim. I think the slim one is probably going to fit better on this particular piece. I don't know, like, should I just go across that with a piece of chrome? Probably, because you don't necessarily have to just fill every front end with the grill. I feel like that's what too many designers feel they need to do nowadays. They just put a grill everywhere instead of actually designing the front of the car. If I like double that up, I'm almost there. It's like, it keeps separating and then it will just snap to the middle. So that's something. I'm not so sure I like this. Maybe if I just make that smaller. Like, keep the chrome in the middle. Well, that's a way of doing things. Maybe if I put it the other way up. Like, I have no idea how exactly this is going to play out. Maybe not in my favour. I just don't know exactly. Well, that's a way of sorting it. It doesn't look great, but I tried. I do need this to be chrome, though. Because chrome obviously makes anything American. I mean, I don't know. As I was saying, the automation logos are something I can get. Now, if this works, if I can bring that like to the front. Yes! I think I can get this to work out. It'll probably look a lot more horrific than I imagined in my head, but... Then we go, like, that's a way of doing it, but can't really say I'm a fan of my own design here. Yeah, it's just, it doesn't fit. I mean, it was worth a try. It just looks cleaner without it. I would say fog lights. I think they're kind of included in this set, to be honest. Can get rid of that now. Now, can I go with, like, trim along the sides or something? Does it include that as an option? Nah, it's like, it's one of those things I'm like, I'm going to have to add trim. Technically, I don't have to. But my head is like, okay, I'm going to have to add all the body molding and everything. Just the only issue is I don't know how, like, if I'm going to change the bodywork or anything with the overall width and stuff of the fenders to make it fit wider tyres. I don't know, like, this is a way of getting chrome onto a car. Make that a little smaller. If I like make that a little wider. I mean, I think that kind of works. So then we go, no, that's already mirrored. Like, the idea here is that that's going to be chrome and... There we go, chrome trim around the wheels. I found a way. Well, I found a way a long time ago, but I'm pretending I found a way just now. Because I have to build, like, the most American car that ever existed. There's a classic mirror set here. I don't mind them. I think they look decent. I mean, maybe if I go move them along. No, they just don't quite look correct. If I put them on the side like that, they kind of fit. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something. If I were to go with, if I were to add some indicators, indicatorinators. I mean, I think, like, actually these would work just because I've used them on the front already, so I would kind of be repeating the theme. Thematically, they, I think, work quite well. Maybe I'll move them up. I don't really know what I'm doing. Maybe if I've, like, mirrored them around there and then would kind of, like, line up to the bodywork. Like, not perfectly, but as I say, it continues the winning theme. I think, yeah, that is mirrored. Like, there is some fender flares there already, which I maybe don't need. I don't know. I probably should finish the mechanicals, honestly, before rushing on. But, I don't know. It's like, these tyres, are they going to be enough? I'm not allowed all-wheel drive, so that is something. The front brake force is low. Well, it did select drums. I should have expected that to a point. Gonna set this up for sportiness about as much as I can. And then I'm gonna have to adjust for front force and other stuff, perhaps. Now, there are ways. So 49.5, it has got to slow better. It's still saying the front brake force is low, and that's completely understandable, to be quite honest. As I say, maybe have the absolute most basic drum brakes on the front. That's going to hit the size. Now, these wheels, I could probably make the tyres a little wider. Not wider, sorry, taller. And still, like, have it kind of work visually. Like, that's as tall as they will go, honestly. And I've done that just to get 345s on the back. I could probably get 345s front and rear. But I would have to resize the front, I believe. Body morph. That's why I wasn't so sure about adding those fenders. I mean, is there like a lip, or is that just as wide as it will go? Honestly, like, I think 335s are probably enough on this. And quite frankly, with cross-plies, I am limited in terms of what I can do. But 16-inch wheels have kind of helped. Granted, in terms of fitting larger brakes, which I feel is a must, at least try to do that. And then I can try ramping up the front force. At this point, like, there's a limited number of stuff I can do to get this thing to slow. And I don't think it's even these tyres being bad. Like, I feel it's only when it stacks up. Like, the body and everything isn't bad, because I was able to get away with carbon fibre and stuff. But when you stack everything up, you're still slowing a massive boat of a car because it's added weight in other ways than the bodywork. So 10.5. I mean, it's not complaining about front brake force anymore. 44.2. It's not the most awful thing in the world. But what I'm concerned about is just how it's going to put the power down. Like, 345s on the back, nice. But there's cross-ply tyres, which I have been dealt. So what am I supposed to do about actually making sure it puts the power down? The only thing I can think is maybe make the wheels bigger. I mean, it's doing 6.8. I guess because it's heavy, it's not as quick as I maybe anticipated, but still. So 315s. I mean, no. Has to be on the full, like, 720 size. Honestly, this car carries those massive tyre diameters. Probably as good as anything in the game, you could hope. So that's the one thing it's got on its side in that regard. I was going to say, has that, like, stuck out? I don't think it has or anything. Not unusually, at least. So, 4.9 miles per gallon, naturally. 6.8. I mean, it's not complaining about oversteer too much. Yeah, oversteer. It's there, but for a rear-wheel drive car, it could be a lot worse. And I mean, I know there's tuning and stuff. I think... I don't know. Did it give me steel wheels? I have to check now. Was that even on the wheel? So... No, it can't make me have steel wheels. I could go with a magnesium. Actually, since the wheels have got larger, I can probably go with a proper magnesium wheels. I went with the Steelies because they were like 15 inches and they just didn't look good at that size. With how things have changed, the magnesium ones are probably suitable now. Torque thrust, there we go. They actually do look better. Now they've got a little bit of size to them. And I didn't have anything to stop me putting magnesium wheels on, so hey, I might as well. And no one will ever know it's got a 3-cylinder engine because it's just got a Maxwell powering it. So there is definitely not a 3-cylinder. It's powered by the most American power source ever, yes. Definitely a real American car. I'm not in denial. So 45.1. I think we've kind of hit the limits of what it's capable of. For braking. I feel like maybe I don't need 7 gears. Like, given it's only doing 150, 6 or even 5 is probably enough. I think 7 is just one too many gears. That's just unnecessary. I don't see it helping. It didn't give me the 2-speed. 6.9 seconds. That's a nice acceleration figure. I mean, I'm thinking this engine is also like, it's falling off at the end quite a lot because I revved it out higher and then now it doesn't need all that RPMs. 891. I can ramp up the intercooler, sure, why not? If it stops the engine exploding. I think I'll do this. I'll increase this until like the power difference becomes near unnoticeable. So like it's fairly consistently going up here. 0.1. I mean, you know, as I say, when it stops, I mean, this is making it heavier, but it's a tiny 1-litre engine. 0.4. I think beyond 1810, the difference is going to be negligible at best. This engine is quite something. Like, you can get some, I think, with 2 or 4 turbos on the twin charge setup. It's not happening on this because it's a 3-cylinder. It's trying desperately to rise above its nature of being lacking cylinders, but there is only so much a little engine can do. I mean, hey, at least it is trying. That's boosting it up quite a bit more in the later end of the supercharger's curve. We basically do have to feed the turbo, though. Because the turbo seems like it's got a very steep curve, if I'm not wrong. And, like, you just see the end of that. I don't really want to give it too much lag, though, so to speak. But as you see, it's getting lag lower ended on this stuff, as opposed to on the high end. That's the issue. So we can lower that. I mean, I could just, like, accept that and go, well, it's going to be better later on. Ultimately, though, I'm running into the same turbo lag setup issues, even with the twin charger, and I doubt I would make this much power with just the supercharger, to be quite honest. I mean, I can probably ramp up the boost of the supercharger, and I think it can take it. Especially now I've got a stupidly massive intercooler on it. Yes, like that is giving it a nice boost of power, but it's giving it a nice boost of power in the supercharger zone, not the turbocharger zone. So that seems to be like hitting the higher end a little. So the turbo has exploded now. It's interesting, it didn't end up exploding the supercharger, it just exploded the turbo. So the supercharger tune, is that? I guess it's also if you're feeding so much torque into the turbo before you're actually at that point. Like, it can handle as much torque and power as I want due to the way it's set up. .1 Newton meters. So that's increasing torque, if nothing else. Yeah, I mean, the turbo is not liking this. That's just taking a hit. Like, if I lower the boost... Okay, turbo has failed due to valve flow by the looks of it. I can get this working. I've hit power quite badly here. I mean, just trying to get this working, I've kind of messed the engine up. But there's only so much you can do. So... the RPM limit, I put that on 12,000 somehow. I mean, it's not... I don't think I was ever revving quite that high. Yeah, so it's good to have this sorted anyway, the RPM limit. Just try and get it to a point it's comfortable at. 10,000 it can handle. But one advantage of it being tiny and not like a massive 3-cylinder is, you know, with good componentry, you can push it quite hard. Although there are still issues. So if I try and increase the boost limit now, will it work? Hi, Cat. I have used the wheel. I did like the wheel of sacrifices this time, which it has things that I don't want, like hard long life tyres, which it has selected, and cross-ply. It didn't give me a 2-speed transmission, thankfully. But yeah, I was trying something a bit different here. And basically I got this because, I don't know, it just seemed my most fitting body. It also said I have to use a 3.2 meter-ish body or larger. So that's how it ended up with this massive American body. And I'm just like, why not build the most American vehicle ever? Why not? It's like, it matches. I also, on these terrible tyres, it said I can only have like 2-wheel drive, so I can't have all the wheels being driven. Gonna make it kind of difficult to control. Terrible brakes as well, like I'm only allowed these low-end brakes on the front. I'm not allowed any nice brakes. Nice brakes would be too much for me. The engine, it said I could only have a 1-litre engine, which for somehow I've managed to get it to make 413 horsepower. Probably more, if I can do it correctly. For a 1-litre engine, this thing is just absolutely insane. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. It's on nitromethane as well. Because it's terrible for fuel economy, but makes power. Ooh, all the extra power, yes. This is making power lower on... Like, it doesn't seem to like making power at higher RPMs. I wonder why. It's almost like this engine was too small to realistically make this kind of power. So I'm just desperately trying to adjust this. It's actually fixing the power curve, though, lowering the compression. It doesn't seem to be getting any more miles per gallon, though. It's only doing 5 miles per gallon. This is not an efficient thing. 31.4.9. No, this tiny engine should not be making this much power. I don't know, what's that blue from there? Is that saying the engine's going to explode? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just saying the engine's going to explode. No engine, you will work hard. Yeah, I mean, Elaine was also saying that something was being weird about the comments not entering. Like, I don't know. It seems to be coming through on my side, but I don't know. YouTube seems to just be having issues at this day and this time. Not quite sure what's going on there. I totally don't own YouTube or anything. So, lowering the boost doesn't actually affect the power at all, which is weird. Could make the turbo smaller. Yes. All the power. If I can get 450 horsepower, I would be more than happy. I don't think it's going to get pushed quite that far, I say, as it keeps making more and more power. Where's all this power coming from? You should not have a 1 litre engine making 500 horsepower. Well, the turbo exploded. I guess that's to be expected. I guess it's to be expected that the turbo would explode eventually. 38.43. Did it? Honestly, I don't know. I didn't notice anything going wrong with me. Maybe it just was. Maybe it was a time thing. Maybe it just got wrong at some point in the night. But like, I was already pretty much asleep by then, so I just didn't notice. I mean, it's possible. What we can always do, just blame the AI. When anything goes wrong, it's actually the AI's fault. That is the solution to any question. Can ramp the timing up. All of the power. Just put that on 100, honestly. I mean, this engine is hating me. But I'm making this engine work when it doesn't want to. I don't know, my windows are quick. I don't know, I use DaVinci Resolve, it's pretty quick actually for me. I just put it on and it takes like 5 minutes or 10 minutes to render a 30-40 minute project. So I don't know. I don't think it's even my PC is insanely powerful. I have the AMD X3D chip. I don't think that's going to help much, but maybe it uses one of those features and helps it a lot. Could also be saving it to an SSD versus saving it to a hard drive, because I know some people would still use the hard drive. I use... I think it's like 50 megabits per second continuous and 70 max, and it's 4K 60. So, I wouldn't say it's too bad, but I wouldn't say it's such a bad res or frame rate or anything. It's like not the highest. You can do more, but then there's YouTube compression that's going to attack it anyway. So, I don't see much point in going higher. Files also end up pretty small. It could also be H.265. I use H.265 as I believe it's supposed to be a more efficient encoding than the older formats. So, I mean, H.265 seems solid. Like MP4 H.265 it is that I use. As I say, YouTube compression is going to attack anything, and so unless you're gonna just make it for yourself to look back on or whatever, there's no point in going with insanely high bit rates and stuff. As long as it's high enough to look good to the end user, I think that's enough, really. It's the same as like trying to record at above 60 frames per second. It's not going to be noticeable to anyone on YouTube as it doesn't support any higher frame rates. I mean, maybe if you do some messing around with slow motion and stuff, but I don't think anyone's going to bother setting that up. It's like, it's just how sometimes it helps to just have a setup and, you know, people can understand the quality and such. So 473.4. I mean, this engine, it's literally making the power of a 1980s Ferrari hypercar in an engine that engine size that you'd maybe see in a modern Honda Civic. Older Honda Civics even had larger engines than this. Oh no, my supercharger has exploded. That's not good. Yeah, I managed to blow up my supercharger apparently. Try and make the boost a little higher. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the thing is, when I bought these monitors, it's like, these are actually only 60 frames per second monitors, but I figured just having a 60 frames per second 4K monitor with the sync technology and everything, no one's going to really notice beyond that, so I don't need like a 240Hz monitor because it's just not going to show up on the other side, and I don't even myself particularly notice it. I guess I'm not playing shooters though, so since I don't play shooters, it's going to be less noticeable for me. I think those games are supposed to use high frame rates a lot better than what I'm currently playing. I mean, even BeamNG, I don't think you need a high frame rate to play that particularly. But I will be able to drive this thing in Beam, because that's what I do. So try and line this supercharger up. I think that power curve is okay. The engine isn't quite exploding. Like 470 horsepower. I have to actually look how much power did a Ferrari F40 make. Yeah. Yeah, like I've got an actual sentient wheel, and I've got a Ferrari. No, I've got a. Yeah. Sorry, my thoughts are crossing. Yeah, I've got a Ferrari and I've got a sentient wheel, which I can actually talk to because it's got some cutting edge technology in it. So yeah, the Ferrari F40 has 478 horsepower. This car, that's like from 1980 something, apparently. Well, I have to double check actually, so I don't know if I brought it up as the AI summary. I don't trust that stuff. I want to find it actually on the website. It says 351 kilowatts. Well, that's not much help. So 478 horsepower, yes. Like, I'm not trusting that AI summary in the blindest sense, because it's like, they just lie basically whenever they feel like it. It's not something I exactly appreciate. But anyway, so we've got like 478, was it? If I can hit that power and actually beat the Ferrari F40 with this tiny little, like, tiny brick of an engine, I will be more than happy with that. Because the Ferrari had like an engine almost 3 times as large as this. So we've got 475.4. I think the music playlist might have finished. This is power. And anyway, funny thing is, the people who actually do buy supercars, they're probably actually poorer because they buy something to show off with instead of something they can actually afford to keep and look after. Like, it's probably on finance or something. That's how I always imagine it being. So, yeah. I mean, there's also the avatars stuff. Like, I have a few of the Vocaloid ones and stuff. I will find some more music in a moment, but beware this engine can be obnoxiously noisy. Like, I think it's mostly just supercharger and turbocharger noise. Like, you can't actually hear the engine. It's just that massive turbo and that supercharger on the other end. That's what you can hear. I think the engine underneath is actually just super quiet. I can try adjusting this RPM now to make it work. So, 334.7. 335.7. It's giving me warnings again. Thankfully, I don't think they're engine warnings. It's almost making for REF 40 power. I think its nearest makes no difference because it's about 2 horsepower. I'll say that's a win. Are these tyres going to be able to put it down to the road? Probably not, because they're like 1960s tyres. But I can hope. I can hope these tyres from the 1960s put down all this power. I did say of music as well. So, what can I go on? I think I can find it. Just my Simpsons Hit and Run music video with them all on from wherever that is. I mean, I'm trying to find it, but I am slow. Where is it? Like, there was a video. Found it, finally, like. This should do. This is when I do some evil design stuff on the actual, like, look of the car. Yeah, I've got 2 bench seats. Actually, wait, where's it? They're my plushes. Got like a whole set of plushes in the back of the car. I feel like I need to do more insanity though, because that's not enough. So, where are we? I'm actually thinking I put 80s safety on. I can probably get away with only putting like 1960s safety on it because of how it looks. Save myself some weight off the car. Probably not, but still. It has got downforce, so it should grip. Okay, I'm gonna try and make this a little better for handling. Can probably remove a bit of camber. Actually, I'm thinking the wheels. The front tyres are not actually narrow at all compared to the rear. The car tends to oversteer. Okay. Smaller tyres are needed. Not on the back, though. The back needs some kind of grip. I mean, somehow this thing is actually braking and slowing down. Which is a surprise. Because I didn't expect much from these terrible front brakes it has allowed me to use. The rear brake force is... The rear brake force it says is high, but I think there's bigger issues here. I mean, I can put carbon ceramics on the back, because it said I have to have the terrible brakes on the front. Honestly, I'm free on the back to do what I want. So I'm just going to put brakes that cool better. As the prompt was for front drum brakes. Or front drum SLS, which are the worst drum brakes you can possibly get in the game. And I'm having to make these work. So 35.5. I mean, I can probably lower that. The car's weight and lack of power steering. Ah, it didn't let me have power steering. I see. So if I go to like 160, the brakes are suffering brake fade at that point. I do not need large rear brakes, sorry though. I mean, it's actually kind of working out, though, having these brakes set up. It just doesn't need a whole lot of power from the carbon ceramics, so that works. 46 meters braking distance, and I'm pretty sure that's limited by these tyres. I don't think it's actually the brakes causing that issue. So to eliminate the brake issue, or the brakes being the issue, I think that's a good enough job by me. I think it's just down to maybe the gearbox and then all of the visual stuff. $58. Yes, so we're going to get like 200 miles per hour out of this. If it does that... The world's fastest American boat. Or actually, maybe you should call it an American train. Because it's like, it just goes like a train. I mean, I can't think of a better name, so... The brakeless American train, I don't know. Actually, no, I'll call it the brakeless train. The unstoppable train, I don't know. Like, it probably will slow, but it's still on absolute garbage tyres, so I think it's close enough to being accurate. So 6.6. Yes, that's making it accelerate quicker. Like, I can make the first gear super long, and it actually does help it get faster. 5.5, okay. So it's faster just with a stupidly long first gear. I guess it's not going to put the power down then very well. Because if it takes this much to actually stop it spinning its wheels and get the power down... Like, these gears, they're just so long. 77 miles per hour in one gear. Okay, so it gets almost to 80 miles per hour without going out of first gear. And that's the fastest it's ever going to be. Because if I tighten up the gears, it's just not going to get any quicker than this. It's going to be stuck at 5.5 because of a very limited tyre grip that's not going to hold this car to the road whatsoever. I mean, like, that was not a good thing for a wheel to do to me. So, it's got a lot of downforce on the back. Despite everything, I think it'll be okay. We need more chrome, though. I think I've put unstoppable train one. Wrong, I don't know. I'll have to check this. Because I feel like I'm missing the obvious. Yes, there is 2 Ps. That kind of threw me off. I should know this, but I didn't. So we have got, yeah, we've got these fenders. Or fender flares, I don't know what you'd call them. I wonder if I can change the actual shape of that. No, I can't. There maybe is one thing I can try, though. Arch free. I could go with, like, the squared off wheel arch. Chrome must be added to everything. Maybe if I compactify that. Hopefully I'm getting somewhere. Trying to focus super hard on this. I think that's close enough. Like, it's never going to fit perfectly, but I have something going for it. Then I'm going to need some 3D, I think. Maybe if I go and just, like, add that on its side. Yes. I think this will work. Can try like stretching that out a bit so it hides into the bodywork. I think this is going to work. There we are. Maybe I'll pivot that round because it doesn't quite line up. I think if I move that in. Okay, so if I move that back, there we go. So we have chrome there, and we can mirror this. So that's added some chrome down there. I mean, they could have made it easy. Like, the body could have had chrome from standard, but we don't get that. We just get, we get the hard way of doing things. Granted, I do think I made this look fairly good, in its own way. So the bumpers, they will be... The bumpers will be there. Now maybe if I stretch this piece... So if I stretch this piece out a little, and then I can mirror it to get the effect across to the other side as well. Is that? No, that's not going to work. Can I maneuver that down? Can mirror that and then... So the front isn't quite lining up, but I'm going to call it good enough. The back, this is going to hopefully feed from the rear arch to the rear bumper. Well, that... Oh. Now I have finally realised my mistake. That is not actually filling the real arch out. It's just, it's stopping completely short of it. Could try also lowering that, perhaps. I feel like this is almost there. Now, like, it still just doesn't quite fit, and there's not a whole lot I can do to, like, make it fit. Like, I think that's about as good as I'm going to get here, honestly. So, it doesn't have rear lights or anything. Doesn't even have door handles. I keep thinking, do I need extra chrome? Of course, the answer to chrome is always yes. Did I mirror that other piece? Yeah, I did. That whole thing is mirrored. So just remove that for now. I could try making this a little smaller. Okay, so that one actually, like fades. That's the wrong term. That just fits over the rear wheel arch actually pretty nicely. Now, what I could do is, if I get this, like, I could have it feed into some tail lights or something. Like, I quite like this. So if I make that slightly longer, and then I can probably drag it along, so it fills the edge of the car pretty nicely. That doesn't actually quite line up. It's like dropped down a little. Hopefully that kind of fits. There we go. I don't dislike this too much. I mean, it's kind of a me car. But I think it could have looked a lot worse than it does. So if I go add a pair of tail lights. Find some that I think will work with this car. There's those ones, I mean... I feel like I want to go with a more 60s look. These might work. I'm not sure if they're exactly perfect for this, but they look like they will fit in the gap that I have. Need to find the rotate. I mean, they appear they would fit in that gap, which is really what I want. As I say, I doubt they are... Like, I doubt they are for a Dodge Charger, but... I mean, as long as I can have the pieces of chrome or whatever feed into it from the edge, I think I'm doing fine. Can enlarge it a little. I think that way round is fine. I don't know, I'm not certain. I could actually extend it back a little just so it looks more natural. I'd say it looks a little too large if I'm honest, but it is how it is. And that is okay, so I drag that in a little. That can go on top, that can be on layer 2. Where is he? What's happened there? It's like it's just disappeared. Maybe if I go 3D and then I go 2D again, it will actually mount itself. I do not know what happened to that. That line of chrome was just playing up horrendously. Okay, that will not quite go up to the top, and there's not a whole lot I can do about that. So if I drag that... So if I move that in... I don't know why it's even letting me move that, because it's not a 3D fixture, so it shouldn't be. Of all the ways this could have gone, though, it's at least... It's at least kind of working. It's like, I just got to move this very carefully. I think that kind of fits, but I have to, as I say, have to be extremely careful with where I move this, because it doesn't seem to so easily want to go in place. And then this part can go a different colour. I think I'll just make it out of plastic. I mean, I could make it white, but I don't think that'll work too well. Ooh, carbon fibre. I don't think that works, though. I think, like, matte... No, not matte. Glossy plastic works pretty decently. You can stretch that out so it actually fills it quite nicely. I think as far as this could go, I think that looks decent. And I'm going to need some text. I'm going way too far in, like, trying to make this look good, but the tail lights always just look a bit off. So, 3D or text. Editable text. Ooh. Can make it black, which I guess doesn't really fit because of what it is. Just call it unstoppable, actually. A, B, L. There we go. I can probably, like, extend it out. I don't know, though. No, it just doesn't want to work. So this is now if I can get this to actually, yes I can get this one at least to sit on top of it. I mean, it doesn't fit perfectly, but I don't think anyone's going to particularly notice. There we go. I don't think anyone's particularly going to notice this, so we have, It is the unstoppable train, after all, so we need unstoppable. Also a warning, I guess. Also a warning that if this thing stops suddenly, it's probably hit whatever's in front of it. Because it's not going to stop very well by itself, so, as I say, if it's, if you see this thing stopped, it's probably hit something. I just want to stretch out so it's like actually fits on the car kind of thing. I mean, I don't know if that's going to work. I think the text is, like, sticking out from the plastic a bit. Like, it's not perfectly settled, but... it's the kind of thing you only notice if you look super close. Is there a white setting? There is. But it doesn't show up, okay. It is unstoppable anyway. I've also typed in unstoppable wrong. There we go. We've just got to confirm this thing is not stopping. I think if I go out too much, it does just cut the ends off the text. I don't want that. I would say road train, but that's something to do with trucks. Or HGVs, should I say. What I'm thinking I could do, if I make this a little smaller, I could just have it, because it feeds through the back, I could almost make it like a rocket where on either side it just tapers off, if that makes any kind of sense. I mean, I don't know if it looks 70s. I guess it looks like very early 70s. I could see that in it. So if we have this one, yeah. I don't think I even have to resize that particularly. I think it'll just like feed onto the end quite well. So we have that on both sides now, and it just like starts, it goes round the back, and then it hits the other side. I quite like that. Muscular wheel arches in a car that looks more like a boat than actually a muscle car. So far, though, I think it has charm at least. More than can be said for some things out there. It does only have one exhaust. From what I'm seeing here, that exhaust is like hanging off the back of the car. I could try and put it down in a way it's not too noticeable. I feel like in this case, a fake exhaust is probably like the best way of actually making it look. Because I do feel like a fake exhaust, it's probably one of the ways you're not going to notice as much that something's off. I mean, it's got a 3-cylinder, so I'm not sure dual exhaust would even be possible the way automation calculates it, even if a wheel didn't decide I can't do that. I mean, I like it in general. Like, what is created, I don't dislike it. I mean, it's a thing. It's like the 60s supercar that no one could afford. Maybe like a Plymouth Superbird or something. I'm actually thinking I've got the indicators there, but you can have side indicators that are like more forwards. That might actually suit this car. There's also those indicators. I don't know if I can like trail onto that. Probably not. If I go, I think the wheel, no, not the wheel, the thingy popped out on the gear shifter. You know, these does actually look less off than the square one. I don't know what laws were for how high these are mounted, but it just generally doesn't look so bad mounted at this point. Then it clicks if I go any further. Yeah, I mean, it's twisted around there. Honestly, I think it works well enough. I can move it down a little so it doesn't look like so out, but I would say I've accidentally built a good-looking car. It's not so much an accident, though. It is just good-looking, at least to me. Maybe the chrome looks tacky to others, which is possible. Not to me. To me, this is beautiful. That is a way to control your exhaust system. I think it's because I put two there and it's like trying to mount a single exhaust into them. That is just wild though. So if I put that along there, I mean, I don't know why it's doing that. Does it get better if I put it higher up? No. What I might have to do, I might have to put it out the side. So if I do this, behind the rear wheels, can it go out the side? Like, will that actually do anything? Okay, it keeps it a little more under control. I didn't really want to do this, but massive exhaust. I mean, there is also, like, mirroring it, as I say. Okay. What that's doing is basically turning a single exhaust into a dual exhaust, but it looks like most of it happens below the boot floor. There's only one more thing I could try, and that's like having this going out the middle or something. Yeah, that does actually work. So does that still do the same thing with this exhaust? Apparently not. That's actually really tidy. I think I might have used just like a slightly different exhaust tip, and now it's fine. Very strange. I have got two pretty large mufflers on here. Yeah, like I can tell that exhaust isn't happy. It's the kind of thing, you look closer, the worse it gets, but if you just leave it, it's going to be out the way. You're never going to see it. So I think I could have done a worse job of that. And the interior, yes. The carpet is not the right colour. I think I need some following red, because or maybe red and black, because if I'm going with a sport interior, red and black will work quite well as a sporting interior set. So I think we'll go carpet somewhere there's carpet or cloth. I guess that'll work. I mean, that's technically more grey than black, but it looks like a more realistic colour. So I don't know what's going on there, but the chassis tunnel, something is sticking through it. But what is it sticking through? Is it like a chrome chassis? I think it might be like the chassis doing it. It is a ladder frame, so I mean, maybe that's gonna play into it. For what this is, though, if I make this, just ignore the fact it's carbon fibre. If I make this car, this chassis, should I say, blue, that will work. Because it will, like, go with the body colour. It won't look so far off. The pillar trim, the window trim, that can all stay. The exhaust is, like, sticking through the floor. There's not much I can do about that. I could put a different, smaller exhaust on, I guess. I mean, if it doesn't hit the power much and it, like, gets rid of all that visual clutter, let's say, I wouldn't mind too much. Like, if a performance hit is like 2-3 horsepower or something, I mean that's not gonna really hurt the car's driving experience. Like there, it only took 0.1 horsepower. Yeah, it's only taking like 0.1, 0.2 horsepower. Okay, it's a bit more when I downsize it beyond that. But like 0.1 or 0.2 of a horsepower, I can afford to make it smaller at that point. The car's weight and lack of power steering is reducing drivability. I'm not allowed power steering. I've gone with hydraulic ball because it's like the best of the two without power, but I can't really do anything else beyond that. The front brake force is high, I get that. The brakes are suffering from brake fade. That might be the rear brakes. Probably not the front because they're pretty large. It could be, as they are only drums. Gonna need some door cards to throw on here. But so far, I am pretty happy with what I've achieved. I know, like, the overall base of the seats, there's no support there. I can just stick a cube there or something. I mean, I've put a smaller exhaust on it. It hasn't seemed to do the blindest bit about that, so I don't know. I mean, I'll probably just leave it, honestly. There's ways to cover it up, but for now, it's going to take too much time. I say that, I'm going to fix it, aren't I? Because I don't know, I say I'm going to fix it. It's going to take extra time, and I want to sort out the important stuff. I believe I can go with a sun. Ooh. I'm thinking, this might actually work. So, I feel like it should be the other way around. Could be wrong there, but I just feel that. Like, you know, this is not good for performance. Hey, it's got a ladder frame. I might as well try and take advantage of the extra stiffness, would I say, for what this is. I mean, back in the 60s, I believe, in the 60s and 50s and stuff, I believe they would mount the same, pretty much the same stuff on a convertible. Pretty much the same frame took the convertible and the and the kind of coupe. But also there may have been a few wagons on the same platform. I know Americans have typically actually put different wheelbases on and stuff. And typically the wagons would get the longer wheelbases. So I think that's what we've got. It's actually slightly blue, but it's close enough to white. I think it's going to work. I mean, I'm not too concerned with, like, changing everything here. Just as long as that material is white to match the vinyl top I've got, I think that'll work well enough. Granted, I could go with chrome. Chrome is gonna fit where I'm going with this. That can stay as it is. Just replace the plastic bits. Is it plastic? Whatever that black is with chrome. I think that looks better. Like, I mean, maybe it's a little too showy, but it matches the whole scheme of a car. Occupies the main cabin space, not the back, but to be quite honest, the back doesn't even have seats. I think there's issues beyond that are going to matter. I mean, I could make it black or anything, but I think this just works together, generally. So, I want a couple of cubes to go under there. So, where is the cubes? 3D, that would be it. Oh dear. And I've lost a cube. Well, I mean, I've, like, lost the selection of it. It's like the seat's just floating. I can fix this easily enough by just sticking a piece of a block here. Can also make it black, which I think will somewhat balance out the red. That's if anyone ever sees it, which is unlikely, but, you know, I do try with this stuff. Perhaps meaninglessly so, but I do try to make it look somewhat decent. That should do. I mean, as I say, I can make it black. I'll probably raise that up a little just so it, like, goes into the seats effectively. And it doesn't just look like it's meaninglessly there. So this is like black cloth, so, you know, if the seats are leather, you don't really want cloth seats. That should work. So again, it's like you probably won't notice it too much, but if you do look in, like, at certain angles, especially with the open roof, you know, you'll see the seats aren't just like shells. They aren't just like shelves floating, should I say. Not shells. Anyway, the chassis tunnel. As I say, there's like some chrome showing through. I don't know, that could be the exhaust, but I don't think so. It could even be a drive shaft. Quite frankly, it probably is. It's probably a drive shaft or something. So, I'm not going to mess with wide height or anything right now. I mean, the chassis tunnel is minuscule though, so I can afford to make it a little larger, and it's not like it's going to hurt anyone being slightly larger. There's still legroom and everything. I mean, we've got a drive shaft going to the back. The drive shaft has to go somewhere. Has that actually lined up with the base of the dash? It has. Not perfectly, but it's lined up with the base of the dash being as large as it is. I'll take that as a win. Makes some things a little easier to finish. I mean, and there is like those grooves in the floor. I don't think anyone's going to look at them. It's small enough, especially on like a black or very dark grey cabin. So we have got to add door cards. Add that up. Like, I keep leaving that up, and I shouldn't. Can I have one of these in here? All the memes. I thought I could just lie and say he's got like a 6.7 litre V8. No one's going to know because all we can see in the front is the Maxwell. They won't know it's an inline 3. It makes power. Well, I say that. You'll probably notice by the sound. By just, like, aggressive growl with kind of nothing beneath it other than, like, superchargers and stuff. But no, like, bass V8 sound. That fits almost too well on the middle seat. So. Yeah, the steering wheel may be a bit off-center. I think it'll be fine. Either that or I could just, you know what, sure. I'm gonna cheese it. I know the dash wasn't made this way, but... like, no one's gonna notice, I don't think. And it's easy enough to move this, like, a few times to get what I want. Instead of, like, having to move the whole, instead of having to move the whole dash and seats and everything for something that's actually quite trivial overall. So we've got base cylinder L. I think that needs pivoting. In some sense of the word. This will not stay black. It might be clear what I'm trying to do at this point. So you're like, as I bring this out, I mean... because it's either this, or I, like, focused far too hard on trying to recenter everything. I don't think that's quite going to work. And this takes, like, an entirely different direction, which is not ideal. Like, I don't quite know what direction I'm putting this in. Okay, I think I got it. This is taking more effort than I care to admit. Can mine that across. Try pivoting that. I mean, as I say, I'm taking too long on this. Take too long on everything I do in this game. Okay, that one works quite well. At least well enough. Say that, it's not covering that piece up and that's just like looking awkward. Oh dear, how did that even happen? Like, I just moved... how is this happening? Like, I'm moving it all that way. I think that's close enough. There. I could try, like, raising up a little. But beyond that, the basics are here. It's a bit of an awkward shape, though. But it is in front of a seat. So, I will take it. Don't know what seat I want. I feel like this should be an auto. It looks like that. Like, where would I even put a gear shifter? I guess on the floor? Make it quite awkward with the, make it quite awkward with, what you call it, the middle seat. But it's a manual, so we need a manual shifter. If I can find where the manual shifters are. It'll be an interior in 3D, I think, somewhere. Radio pack. I mean, there's like just a little shifter you can plop down. Here it is. 80s because I'm going more for the retro aesthetic, and it's not even loading it in. It's doing that thing again. So this almost does 200 miles per hour on tyres that probably can't manage 200. I think with this I'll like throw the basics in, the door cards, all that, and I'll call it a day. Apparently I'm 3 hours in already, which honestly, it's not that bad. Given how heavily I have designed this thing to the theme I have decided upon, things could be a lot worse. Ooh, that, I'm just thinking. See Maxwell through there. I could give it more foot room. Like, the engine isn't occupying that much space, so I can theoretically move the firewall, I think they call it, forwards. So, body, front firewall position. Like, obviously, I don't want it to go through the engine too much, but, you know, like there, you're not even going to see the engine, and I'm not changing the engine, I'm not even changing the engine positioning or anything, which I could move it forwards, but yeah, it's like you can start to see the engine there, but it's already behind the dash. Like, where you can see the engine, it doesn't matter. That is a lot of legroom. I mean, I can move it back a little, -10, and that's, like, good enough, I think. Like, the engine would be absolutely packed in there, though. The Maxwell is sticking through, okay. Where is the Maxwell? Like, how do I get it? Maxwell was, of course, the first thing I added to this. Also the most important. I mean, I think that fits well enough. Now it will let me grab things, okay. The vent needs to be made bigger to hide Maxwell. That is a large vent, and it's all to hide a Maxwell, so, you know, it's for a good cause. We have the unstoppable text on the back. We do need some door handles. Can't forget the door handles, like I always seem to. I think they're about right. Maybe could even move them down a little. This is what happens when I have too much freedom. I just build a detailed 1960s estate. Or you could say early 70s. It probably makes more sense of an early 70s visually. Just before the chrome was starting to get taken off things. One last car with loads of chrome on. So I'm gonna need various stuff doing. The brakes, yes, the brakes are suffering. When I get the chance, I'll fix that. So there's a gear shifter somewhere. Like, here we go. 80s. I'm gonna use 80s then. If I can actually get it working. Well, 90s. No, they just don't show up anymore. Okay. Is it just the gear shifters doing it? I wonder. There is floors. If I can get a floor set. I don't know individual parts. Yeah, I think it's just brakes. It breaks itself. So it can go slightly larger. Does that fix the brake fade issues? Or is it just the front? Yeah, it says that. I think it might actually just be the front brakes. I can't do anything if the front brakes are brake fading, other than increase brake cooling, I guess. I think I'll just try adding like 25%. Is that enough to fix it? No, does 50 fix it? I think before I messed with that and it may have made the cooling of the engine worse, so I'm going to try this. I mean, it says the brakes are suffering from brake fade. I'll try enlarging the rear just to make sure. Like, I can, as I say, if this does somehow make the brakes not fade, I think it's the front brakes causing it. I don't know for certain. But at the same time, it does seem increasing the brake cooling has made the brakes brake a little better. So even if it's increasing brake fade, I don't think it's completely in vain. Yeah, I mean, the brakes are suffering from brake fade, so I'm probably best off just going with, like, drivability on the rear brakes, whatever improves drivability. So, 32.6. Like, as I say, drivability is, like, how easy the thing is to drive, supposedly. That's why I don't use sportiness, because sportiness just makes the brakes slide. I do not want that. I do not want it to slide. I think it is like the front brakes causing the brake fade, though. I've done what I can to try and reduce it, and at least it's not flashing red. Same with the power steering. That's all I can really say is a positive. At least they're not flashing bright red and saying, oh no, this is the biggest problem in the world. You should put better brakes on. And I'm not allowed to put better brakes on because a cruel wheel said I'm not allowed to. The rear dampers are hard, yes. The brakes are suffering from brake fade. Yeah, the brakes are suffering from brake fade and the front brake force is very high. Not much I can do. I think the front is fading and I've tried to do what I can to fix it. It's still, like, it's braking okay. For these tyres, 45.7 isn't bad. Even aside from the fact they're drums and stuff, it's just, like, working. 2,100 kilos with a carbon fibre body. I was given, like, I was able to do that, but the fact it said less than a 1 litre engine. I feel like I do need to redo this, but a lot crueler. Because the idea, the premise is here. But as I say, I was still able to build something that's maybe a little too good. Like, if I had the wheel, like, if I had it having maybe more options for, like, maybe have leaf springs front and live coil front as both, like, options of things that can go wrong, because neither of them are particularly good front suspension. It would mean the stakes were oh so much higher of getting something truly evil going on. But as I say, the idea is solid. I have already been placed with some constraints that have made this thing a little tricky to build. I just need more constraints, because as it is, it's not enough of a challenge for me. Like, I was able to build it without much of an issue. So we have, yeah, the dampers. Okay, what I'm thinking to go in sporty. Is that, oh, it's not as low as it'll go. I'll check it against the sportiness, basically. Whatever it thinks is the most sporting ride height. Okay, like, I don't want to make it too low. I still want it to have the ride height to tackle bumps and such. And if it doesn't even help sportiness, I have no reason to lower it. Like, it looks low, if you can see here. Lowering this isn't going to make it look better. It's easily low enough. I mean, from what I'm seeing, I could widen the track. What are those weird tyres, actually? Yeah, they're 315s. I don't think, with a 17-inch wheels at least, I don't think I'm going to get any more. I could try downsizing to 16s, but these look cool. And they do the job well enough. Like, as I say, I can increase the track and it still looks decent. I'm not saying I have to go absolutely insane with widening the track. I think like 40 is probably enough, honestly, for what this is. But still, moving those wheels out, I do suspect is going to do more for the car. Okay, they'll get up to 65. Can probably go like 60. Yeah, I can do a lot more with the back, but Like, I don't have to bring them out a crazy amount, because I have already widened it and everything, and that's fine. Is it, like, it is apparently fine with oversteer. Okay, so it only tends to oversteer if I make the front, I think that's 65, so... Yeah, that works for me. Like, it is apparently fine for balance. Basically, I made the fronts too wide, it was oversteering, according to this. And that makes sense, it is only rear-wheel drive, so having a load of tyre tread on the front isn't necessarily going to help. It's, I don't know if it's braking any worse now. I can't add any brake force to the front. I've done literally everything I can to add brake force to the front. I could only make the tyres wider, which might work to a point, but, like, there is still limits, even beyond the brakes themselves. There's the tyres, which are always going to act as a limit to what this car is actually capable of. So, 45.8. And we've got 5 miles per gallon still. Yeah, so as I was saying, I'm going to try and make this sportier in terms of suspension setup. It looks like it will be quite comfortable. I would say it looks like it'll be quite comfortable. You can tell it's kind of lowered and on the magnesium wheels, so maybe you wouldn't expect it to be comfortable. It looks like it was maybe comfortable once upon a time and then someone modified it in the 70s and stiffened everything up. So, I don't know, it doesn't look like it has to be the most comfortable thing in the world. So we've got 12.1. This sportiness is not going up. Does the dampers help? Yes, they do. It's just like the sportiness was staying the same. Comfort is taking a hit, and I'm not taking it off hydraulic suspension. I like it. Says the rear dampers are hard. I think it's going to be fine when I stiffen up the back. I mean, it's not complaining about the front dampers. I do believe I've got double wishbone on the front, so that would help. Now it's complaining that front dampers are hard. .8, is that enough? No, they're still hard. So 13.3. I think I'll run this about as firm as I can without changing the dampers. Because you don't want it too soft and the dampers too firm. It doesn't line up at all. But if I'm keeping it all, like, in the same line of stuff, ideology, maybe I could just stiffen this up loads and make the dampers stiffer. And then we get performance. Yeah, so I think 4.8 on the dampers, 7.4 on the switch. That looks pretty good. Unless it wants them firmer. Which it doesn't, but I can make it firmer anyway. I mean, I don't know, like, how is this going to make it any worse? That's what I'm getting at. I don't think it's going to really make this thing worse by having it running stiffer. It's like, maybe there'll be one or two small side effects. But still. Same with the anti-roll bars. There's not going to be any massive disadvantages to just stiffening the whole deal up. I mean, maybe on the absolute worst off-road tyres. But I wasn't even going to let the wheels subject me to that. Because they just ruin every car past the point it can actually be capable of anything. At least hard compound crossplays, they still have a level of performance to them, even if it's far below any kind of actual sporting tyres. You know, you can still take a corner with them at speed without the car just trying to snap on you, at least if the rest of the setup is good. As in, they're not going to, like, destroy your car, there will still be speed here. For the others, it's just, like, give up on even designing the car at that point. So, 13.5. I mean, again, it's not being hurt by the extra anti-roll bars particularly, which makes sense. I mean, as I say, I've got good suspension here, so I feel I might as well use it. Sportiness is actually surprisingly low, I'll be honest, but drivability it's followed with is decent, and if the sportiness is high enough, I think that this can take a corner without being an absolute nightmare and try and snap on you. I think I'll take it. I do have the option to add camber, front and rear, or even add positive camber on the front if it's necessary. So that cannot be ruled out entirely. The thing is slightly front heavy, but it's not particularly bad. It will take corners. I mean, I look at this and I feel like this must be on live axle coil or live axle leaf on the back, but it's on multi-link. I just chose to make it look like this. It didn't have to. Granted, it's not got power steering. I mean, it at least makes sense of that flaw. So, 15.4. Yeah, sensor rear dampers are hard, so I think at this point just stiffen up the springs as much as I realistically can to balance that out and make sure it doesn't think they're too firm. Still thinks the rear dampers are hard. Okay, I can soften them up without severely impairing handling, drivability. I think if I can make these a little firmer. That should do. We can go lesser on here or more depending on what it wants. I think slightly softer anti-roll bars on the rear are not going to destroy the overall handling of the thing. So there we go. Like, it looks more or less the same. As I say, I could lower it or I could raise it. Raising it up apparently makes it better. Who would have thought? Like, it apparently makes everything on this car better. I don't believe it myself, but I mean, who am I to entirely criticise it? Maybe just having it a little firmer makes the thing ride better and thus not quite so bad. Or maybe it makes it ride better with the suspension and stuff and just falls in place. The fact that it was showing every figure improving though, like I don't see a compelling reason to force it lower if it doesn't do anything good for the car. I can try adjusting the brakes. At least I could try lowering the rear brakes if it helps. Yeah, that improves sportiness. I do not want to improve sportiness with the rear brakes, because that typically just makes it less controllable. Then we can try adjusting the rear force. As I say, it told me I have to have drums on the front, but I am still allowed to have carbon ceramics on the rear, and I intend to take advantage of that loophole as best as I can. Just, what should I call this? The pain? Nah. I don't know, I'm just going to call it core motors. Because I feel like it. I'm claiming this car as my own, it's good enough. So, it's as good as most things I build. Therefore I am stealing the wheel's ideas and using them as my own. Now, we need floors. I believe, yeah, that's the one I want. Like how this is, it fills in a bit next to the chassis, which is honestly all I really need it for. I don't need to do like the entire floor pan and everything, because I don't think it's worth the time it costs to do that. So if we go like that, I feel like that's fine. I mean, I can shorten it up if it's too large. Mirror them. I can go and change this to the other black colour. That's dark grey kind of colour that I've used before. I think it's fine as long as it goes between like the two wheel cover thingies. There we go. I'll have to return in a moment. So I need another rest break. This is not working. Oh, now it has to go wrong at this point. So, does it still do 5.5? Yeah, that much is still the same. I just had to check. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. I wanted to make sure I didn't slow it down and like leave it at the slower speed. And that should do. Okay, so I can hopefully get back to this. I think I'm doing okay thus far. I mean, the back I'll probably just put a cat bed in. Call it a day, because Maxwell, I don't know. So, interior. Well, since I've fallen into this particular piece, I'm just thinking, I've got the corner piece. I can get these working. It'll just make it easy if I play my cards correctly, so to speak. So we've got that on car. Can make it the red colour, the leather colour. Like, I think it, honestly, it has supposedly got like quite a luxurious interior because it said heaviest everything. So that's something. So what I'm going to have that mirrored, which forms the basis of it. Then I'm going to make it a little taller. Like, I don't know, how is that going to work if I make it a little lower? Squish that down. Okay, so we've got that. Yeah, I should have just pressed that twice, I think. Well, that's a way of working it. Like, it's not perfect, but we have a cat bed now. For another Maxwell. One Maxwell is never enough. And I still don't have door cards. Now, but as I say, I mean, this is just filling in the back area of the car quite nicely. The joys of having a large body, you can fit a big Maxwell. Maybe there isn't as much space for a Maxwell as I'd hoped. Oh well. We can still fit a Maxwell in here. It's actually like, it's almost made for a Maxwell. It's crazy. Because honestly, I'm not having to treat the overall spacing and stuff that much to fit him in here. You see, it's like the roof is just accommodating enough. I don't think I can complain too much about that. So we've got two Maxwells. I mean, we've got one hidden in the front where you don't see it. He's the one powering the car. The other one's just here along for a ride. So the door cards I need to add. Interior. There's various different ones. I mean, the 70s. I think 70s sedan, probably gonna work. I mean, I don't know if this is... Maybe it's more late 60s body, but I don't think it's gonna work that bad. So we've got that. If I align this with the overall red aesthetic I'm going with, maybe bring that out a little to match. Now I need to make this a little larger, I think, just in general. So it fills up the gaps in the vehicle. But these will have to be mirrored. That isn't what, like, I'm trying to think how I can logic this out, but also I'm not sure I know what I'm doing. So we've got the red there. We can have making another appearance. Honestly, most of this can be in that red colour. Like, it's not ideal. I think we'll be doing enough to tie the interiors together. So then we've got that. I mean, it's canted back there, so that kind of makes it awkward to fit the door cards in. I think it's canted outwards as well, yeah, like... Dodge did not intend on making it easy for people like me to impersonate their designs. Don't know, am I even impersonating it? I'm sure there's been better impersonations of a 1970 Dodge than what I'm doing. Well, I say 1970-ish. I feel like they were using this body shell in the late 60s. So there should be a piece here which I can probably make red in order to, yeah, like blend in to the front one a little better. Like, it doesn't fit perfectly, but I think it's good enough. I mean, as I said, it's not ideal, but I feel like it could have fog lights. But I don't know, that would kind of interrupt the cleanliness of the front end. Ooh, pillow and roof and stuff. I think that's the dash, but... Need to, like, yeah, need to move it that way around. Unless I'm, like, completely wrong and I'm moving it the wrong way. Okay, that, I think, again, it's like good enough at this point. There's holes in the edges. Let's just hope no one sees that. I mean, I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't go with a full race under tray. But then that means I don't have to have aero to hold the thing to the road, so it works out. Alright, so pedals. I feel like I haven't even got the gear shifter in. Awkward for something with a front bench seat, but no less. My LG monitor has also done its usual thing of threatening to turn off. Like, this is a very awkward place to have a gear shifter. But I decided to run the manual life, so now we have to deal with it. That's too far forward. Like, how are you even going to reach there in a way that isn't awkward? Because firstly, it's in front of that seat. Secondly, there's very little space to move the gear shifter. Oh, wow. Different times, different times. It was okay to have a shifter there in the 60s or 70s, I don't know. I think that works quite well. I don't know, it's the... it would seem to lock up again. Okay, for some reason this has slowed down. I'm not exactly sure why that is. It could be that I raised it up and then now it's like, I'm not going this quick anymore. Because it was doing like almost 200. I think I know. It was a cooling. I increased the cooling a bit on the engine and a bit on the brakes. So, yeah. It doesn't really matter. The thing is still super quick, especially for something with a 1 litre engine. This thing is still insanely quick. And as I say, I think it's like the reason it goes this fast in first gear before you actually even need to shift. I think these tyres just don't have grip. Like, you can only get so much performance from them because the tyres will just spin. And trying to run the gears tighter is not going to do it any good. So, steering wheels somewhere. I mean, this looks appropriate for what the car is. I mean, there is also the column for it, which I can hopefully add fairly easily. Maybe I shouldn't have resized the seats. I don't know. I do remember there was actually this Mercedes mod and it had a working steering wheel in a automation mod. And it actually had a working steering wheel. That was before the whole thing became like within automation. So someone had put a lot of time into like getting the gavel steering wheel actually working in an automation car. I don't know, I'm getting sidetracked. Point is, back then it wasn't easy. It's a lot more easier now, though. I think if I rotate that a bit, because the way I had it, yeah, it was like it was pivoting in the wrong way. That's a little better now. There's actually other columns. Ah, that one. Either that or another one after it. Personally, I think this one looks like a fairly period accurate one. Because there were plastics back then. Like, if I was making it from the early 60s, I would probably use the silver one, but not this case. I can go with a bit of leather on here, I think. Partly to tie the design together. Partly because it is a more luxurious design of car. Or more luxurious type of car, so having a bit of leather here and there isn't going to, like, destroy it. I'm thinking I could actually change... The door cards have these silver bits. I could change that to plastic. I don't know, because there is silver generally all over the interior. I think it's fine as it is. Just add a bit of red around there. I think that looks fairly good. So we have an interior. It's not a perfect interior, but it is a interior. I feel like, you know what, we need another plush. 3 of them is just not quite enough. Can go and add the... So we have space for all our plushies and a couple of Maxwells. This is a pretty practical car, actually. Probably the most practical car to ever have a 1-litre engine. Until you look at the fuel economy statistics and the reliability statistics, then it'll probably fall flat on its face. So, yeah. I don't know, I feel like I could make that black or something. I think it's fine. So we've got exhaust, well, an exhaust split into two. I think this is mostly fine, given the wheel's cruelty. 45.8, braking is as good as I could expect. Do some final adjustment here. I think it'll be ready to export soon. Interesting, so that is, no, I think it's 45.8. I think the rear brakes are just at the lower side of making actual braking performance. The gearing is long to actually try and get grip out of these tyres. And I think I've done everything here. I mean, could add another plush on the dash. I feel like that wouldn't hurt at this point. Come on, it's not letting me pick it up. I think after this it'll be pretty finished. Well, I finished as much as I can do on the stream. I mean, it's been how long? Like 3 hours 40? Don't want to burn too much time in this. I think something like that. No, it's hitting the windscreen. I can just move it forward and then it's someone else's issue. If it's someone else's issue if it falls off. Actually, if I pivoted a little, the bow will just about fit in, I think. Almost. I think, yeah, that looks like it's in the car. Okay. Just enough space for it. So, I think that's it. I'd save it. I feel like I'm missing something, but I think it should drive okay. The lack of power steering, which I'm not allowed to add power steering, as the wheel said no power steering. The brakes have brake fade, and the front brake force is high, which it says basically whenever you have high performance brakes. It looks like everything is falling into place as it should. 2.1 tons still, no power steering. No less. I think I'll go high resolution textures and collapse livery. As if the livery is not collapsed, it sometimes just doesn't load in properly. So, can let that export. And then I can eventually shift to BeamNG Drive, where I will hopefully get to drive the thing. I mean, it didn't choose a 2-speed. That was not one of the curses it chose. So I got lucky there. I mean, if I just load that. No, it's image 2. So it doesn't show my entire desktop while I switch over. Great beam. Please just open and don't give me issues. But do actually need to move me, because if I don't, it blocks the speedometer. I think that's positioned correctly. Yeah, it looks about right. So then I can remove the image. Can also stop the music going, because while we don't need that when we want to hear this engine, probably won't be an issue since the engine is obnoxiously loud. Unless BeamNG has changed it when it's exported. So where is the... It's not bus route. Time trials. I got there eventually. So it should be somewhere here. That is cursed. Where is it? I think I named it Core Motors. Yeah, there we go. The unstoppable train. We're going to need to get the automation test track, as I usually test stuff here. And 3 laps. I think I set that up correctly. Come on, I'm sure clicking. No, I don't want to close a program. It doesn't normally do this. I don't know. Could add the music here. Oh, finally you're working. I was saying, basically, I could put the music back on while I wait for it to respond. Oh, now it's working. Now it fears I'm going to click off it and go on another game. Or, well, not game, technically. Another program. I'll have to check the sound, because it could be stupidly loud when I actually start it. I don't want to drive this and then have it just, like, completely cancel out my voice. Even on, like, minus 26 decibels. Still, like... Okay. I think it's a little on the louder side. It does make cat noises. Always appreciate a car that makes cat noises. Okay, I think minus 30 decibels should be okay for it. Yeah, okay, that should be audible, but not stupidly loud. So, I think I've got no ABS. I gave it a 6-speed manual, so I can actually use my H-gate for this. It doesn't actually handle that bad for it, considering it's on like hard long life crossplay. I kind of expected worse. It's not as much of a curse as I thought. It does kind of handle like it's got an open differential, but I could have had bigger complaints with a vehicle. The 1 litre engine doesn't actually feel bad. I've managed to get a lot of power from the 1 litre 3-cylinder. No ABS though. I was not allowed the luxury of ABS. Of all the things it could have done though, could have been a huge amount crueler than it actually was with this car. Oh dear. Doesn't have a whole lot of traction, but honestly, given it looks like a 70s muscle wagon, I don't think it needs the most grip in the world. It wouldn't help a thing. Is it going to do... Oh, the Max Automobile made cat noises when you lift it off. This doesn't do it. It does sound surprisingly good on power for a small 3-cylinder. But I don't know what it sounds much of. But it doesn't sound awful. Ease onto the power so I don't get incredible oversteer. It really is surprisingly nice to drive. I mean, the independent suspension probably helps. It had given me front leaf springs. And there's the lack of ABS on the lowly grade of tyre hurting it. Granted, I don't dislike it. I mean, it does feel like something from the 60s, but it kind of should feel like something from the 60s looking at it. It handles as looking at it as you would expect, perhaps. I think that's fine. I was trying to slow it, but hopefully I didn't throw everything away. Okay, it feels like there's some alignment issues. I think I can still drive this. You see, I just braked too much and the anti-lock brakes or lack thereof hurt it. Like, it's not damaged to a point I can't drive it, and it is rear-wheel drive anyway, so if the front wheel has become a bit misaligned, it's not going to truly affect it. Did feel like a pretty small hit, though. I had to just step on the brakes there, but there's no ABS. Again, as I say, I wonder if this has corrected it. Probably not. It didn't have, like, insane levels of grip to begin with anyway. It's just these brakes, it does brake in a straight line. I can't entirely even blame these tyres for that, because it just doesn't, it doesn't stay cornering while you brake. It just completely locks up. As I say, this is probably actually realistic given it looks like it's maybe from 1970. You would kind of expect that from a large, heavy car from that time. But granted, I do want more from it than it can realistically give. I wasn't full on the brakes there because I was just trying, you know, not to mess up too bad. I did avoid hitting something that time. But the thing did not want to point where I wanted it to point. I am perhaps keeping it in too low a gear. Like, that's no doubt not going to help it, but I want it to put the power down. I want to give it a good, solid chance to put the power down. You know, this will go, supposedly it'll go about 180 miles per hour. Maybe I believe it, but I'm not so sure I would want to go that speed. You see, I'm braking very early, so I can, like, just drift around here. Don't really want to change the gear quite yet. Can go into third here. I mean, yeah, like, I'm not going to shift into fourth because it's not going to get quite to that speed. Considering, like, it wouldn't grip and it wouldn't get any faster than, like, 5.5 seconds to 60, I expected it to be a lot worse. Because that was strictly a grip thing. Like, I wasn't getting any more than that no matter how tight I got the first gear. Had the first gear super long, and yeah, these brakes are what's going to do it in if it can't set a quick lap. I've still got the third lap, and I don't think it's bad mechanically. I say that as I completely smash through here. I mean, the thing is going, as I say. It's just, it's the brakes. If you get hard on the brakes, you can't trust it because it's going straight ahead, and, you know, trying to actually corner like that is an absolute nightmare. There's just not a lot of grip to play with outright, honestly. It's not the nicest thing. Gonna go into first. I am finally kind of getting the hang of it, though. I think on a third lap, if I'm careful... You see, like there, I had to do some counter steering. I feel like I would like to handle a lot more speed there than this is giving me. I also maybe need to be less afraid of short shifting. You see, like, if I do that, like, I broke way earlier than I would have previously thought I had to, but... There it goes. I thought I could correct that, but it was not letting me correct it. Looks like second lap is the best I'm going to do. It wasn't a downright awful lap, but I did still have an off. After the straightaways. Third lap is not going to be the quickest, though, after that happened. I'm going to say that, and it'll be like the quickest lap I've ever set around here. Nah, probably not. There's just better cars, randomised or not, that have been around here. I'll go on 2 wheels on the dirt. I think I can just about make use of that. As I find my way back onto a track. Yeah, you can hear those tyres are not comfortable. You see, like, that's it. I thought I would be able to put the power down there, but I didn't. I had to counter steer to try and keep the thing pointing in a straight line. And there's 6 gears. I'm not even out of 4th. But I wanted to use 5th, okay? I knew I probably couldn't. Somehow it's stabilised. I think that's the downforce I was allowed to use. So I did. That does not sound comfortable. You see, if only I didn't make that mistake early on, this would have been a astoundingly good lap for what this is, but I did make a mistake. You see, there's tyre marks, so clearly it's stressing the tyres and not the brakes. When it brakes that hard that, you know, the tyres just can't stop it, can't hold it. Although I do quite like this. Like, I've built far worse. Both mechanically and particularly visually. Like, it does at least, in my opinion, look quite nice. You see, you just get on the power a little too much and it loses the back end. I feel like in the right context it could be fun, but when I'm trying to get the most speed out of it, it just becomes frustrating. Like, it should be able to do so much better. I mean, I'm curious to see what it did actually do through all of this. Okay, we're going over those. It took that quite well. Of all the things I can say, it took the bumps quite well. And yeah, there we go. So what have we done in terms of time? Does it say? That's odd, it's not showing it. So what have we got here? 8:33. Unstoppable train. The Tachymobile. Beat the Tachymobile, which was a randomised car. Actually handled quite well, but yeah, it wasn't randomised like this. It was, I think, a bit more cruel than this. So, you know, even on better tyres, though, that was... I can't, like, I don't have a blindest idea where this went. Because it's just not showing it on here for some reason. Yeah, like, it just isn't showing it up, and I don't know why it's not showing the independent lap. But I guess that's what we've got now. So that's a thing. I am actually curious. If I have the 0 to 60 thing up, do I have it? Yes, I do. So, I'm curious, will it hold the speed it said it would hold? There should be somewhere on here I can test that out. Don't know. Where could I go to 60? That's, I think, a bit downhill, so I don't want that. I guess there's a bridge. Like, I think this should work well enough for testing an 0 to 60, provided the thing stays in a straight line. F7. Oh dear, Maxwell survived. Well, that Maxwell. We don't talk about what happened to the front Maxwell. How is it? The interior cam actually isn't that bad. I mean, it's not textured those correctly. I thought that was to do with combining the fixtures and textures and stuff. It didn't fix it. It doesn't look bad from the interior view. It's just, I think it's not quite sure where to put the camera. So, there's that. It's better than some have come out with the default camera. So, yeah, I don't think... Yeah, there's 2 drive modes. I don't think it makes a blind bit of difference because there's no ABS. Should have been able to get to 60 in first gear, so that was my bad there. Why isn't that working? Now it is, okay. Okay, I'm just desperately trying to keep this going in the straight line. Okay, it took 6.6 seconds, apparently. I mean, I'm not sure I could get anything more. Like, that was a good one. I'm not sure I'm going to get anything more than that. But 6.6 seconds. Now, actually, we do have a BeamNG, like, law equivalent of this car, somewhat. I would say it's the Blue Book, and that's probably the closest, like, law-wise. So, if I get that, I'll try and find one that has a lot of power. Because that would be pretty much comparable to this. That's 510. I mean, mine has a inline 3 of like 1 litre because the wheel said I have to have a tiny 3-cylinder. So, I did have to. That's 348. I think this is a mod one, the 510 horse. It is more power, but I think this is the closest I'm going to get without trying to build some custom configuration. So let's see, because we've got 6.6 to compete with here. Apparently it brakes better than it speeds up, which is interesting, because I did not like the brakes on that thing. So just I'll reset this to make sure it's in perfect condition before I do try driving it. It looks like it's on leaded fuel. It's probably on unleaded at its age. Anyway. That was not the best launch, I'll acknowledge that much. Yeah, they both have the same kind of traction issues. Honestly, mine, I think because the tyres are wider, it actually does grip better. Like, neither of them are good, so it's like, it grips better by whose standards. Okay, it doesn't seem to... Yeah, it doesn't seem to have tracked this for some reason. Ooh, that's interesting. I would say I misaccelerated there because of how I put the power down. It actually, I think, got much more stability there. No idea why it's still not counting my ones, though. I used the paddle shift there. This felt quicker once I got it going. I mean, I am probably just burning time at this point, but if I get my other one and try accelerating like I did with this, maybe that will help. Because I did get that going. So if I try this, like... Interesting. So that has a lot of torque low down, which mine doesn't have. This went... Okay, I think I can get more than 6.6 seconds. I'm going to have to do this in a very specific way, though. I love those supercharger noises. Anyway. I think if I hold, like, a certain level of RPM, like maybe about... Try and keep it around 4,000 to 5,000. There's a certain RPM that you need. See, so if that was 6.2, I'm getting quicker with this. I think it's supposed to do 5.5. Okay, so I'll try keeping it around about 7k, and then I'll launch. It's like the revs drop. So I don't know what RPM I'm actually supposed to use. But as I say, it is getting quicker. Maybe it can do what automation claims. I have my doubts. So try revving it right out then, but not like at the limit. There's definitely a point. Yeah, there's definitely like a point where this grips. So if I try getting this at like 8 to 9, 8.5k. Yeah, I think, was that 6.07? No, I think that was one of the other times. So it's like, I have to get it at the right RPM. Let's try about 7. You see, there's like a fine line between too much wheel spin and just not enough go. So from what I'm seeing, this will do, at best, 6 seconds. So automation, as usual, was wrong totally about the acceleration, but it got close. You know, half a second off, I would say automation was fairly accurate. I mean, it's just got this issue, though, but we saw with the Blue Book, that had the exact same issue, it just couldn't put its power down. So, I mean, as I say, for what this looks like, it actually handles fairly realistically. I mean, also, because, despite, I've stiffened this up, but despite that, it handles, I would say, off-road like an actual muscle car. You know, it's just like, it doesn't like bumps so much, but it will go over them. I feel like accidentally I've built the most realistic handling muscle car I've ever built in automation. So that's certainly something. Ah. Yeah, and then there's a lack of grip. Weirdly, I feel like it handles better off-road than it does on. I think it's just because I'm inherently more cautious on the dirt than I am on the tarmac. So it's handling like a certain way off-road, and then it handling the same on-road. You like expect less grip on the dirt. So that's a way of things being. I feel like I should launch this. Hold on, Maxwell. I've lost a wheel. Is it still attached? It might still be attached in some weird physics bomb way. Will this still drive? No, the thing is very poorly. Anyway, I'll be leaving it here for today because I have done about what I can with this vehicle. contriver lights. Yes, and with that, I'll be saying... Wait, why don't wear lights work? I'll be saying goodbye until another day.